Hello, it's me. You know, indoctrination started while we were still naive, programming our beliefs. And that inertia is the reason we don't feel the earth spinning. Hello, can you hear me? Did you ever stop to question the confession of gravity as a theory? Funny thing.
Records.
Synthetic mind, I'm climbing past the edge of doubt. Ain't no curvature, I mapped it out. No need to scream and shout. The water's level always was, horizons never been. I measure truth in quiet steps, no need to just pretend.
This is a static flow, question everything you know. From the sky don't glow to the tides that never show. No satellites above, just balloons and ground tech below. I ride the waveform slow, where the real ones go.
They feed illusions with their globes and twisted laws of gravity, but I'm dissecting fallacies with natural clarity. NASA's lies unravel, tethered in a pool. Air bubbles harness actors, playing space school.
This is static flow, where discernment starts to grow. From the sun's warm glow to Polaris constant show. Fake launches on a string, CGI on full throw. I glide in truth's tempo, where the real ones go.
I tilt the lens, the stars like cymatics, pulses spin, not distant balls but energy, just vibrating from within, no motion sense. The earth is firm beneath our feet, try testing that with water, it'll never skip a beat.
Firmament above, with lights we've known since birth. They circle in a dance that proves the stillness of the earth. The tides don't lie, nor do mountain range views. Just study long enough and you'll erase the global rules.
This is the static flow, where real research starts to show. No rocket show or astro glow can hide what we now know.
No theory blind, just eyes aligned. No need for status quo, we build on truth alone. And the satanic flow.
Hi, and welcome to Fort Johnson's, aka The Foundry. I'm your host, Justin, always seeking the truth, Johnson. Today's date is supposedly, allegedly, November 5th, 2025. Today's live stream is titled Cult of Personality, Intense Devotion to a Particular Person. I want to start out with a warm welcome and a greetings as always. Let me get a 5x5 here. Make sure everything is hunky-dory. See how that pans out with the 5x5. There, 4x5. Okay. Let me get a little closer on the mic. Is that any better? 5x5. Looking good, folks. I'm glad to be here. Glad to have you all here with me. Looks like we got everybody piling in here. We're going to go ahead and start out with the greetings. So we're going to start out at the top here. We got Lord Racer is here. Everybody give a warm welcome, Lord Racer. Let me make sure I'm on a live chat, not the normal chat. J.R. Hartley, my man. Mr. Anus, the True Few. Roger Ledwell himself, Downward Direction. Jeremy the Birdman, one and only. Active Kevin 1 is in the house. Much love. We also have Mr. Super Sidewinder. Appreciate you being here, guys. As usual, Heron Song is in the house. Consistent is key. You guys are the greatest. Let's see. We got Brian Roy in here. Much love to Brian. Everybody give a warm welcome to Brian. Thank you for being here, my man. Flat Stuff Earth is with us. Appreciate you being here, each and every one of you. Tarot is with us. Much love, Tarot. DeWitt Straight Laces is in the dang building. Everybody, I'm sure, is much obliged and happy to have DeWitt back with us. We can't be thankful enough, man. He's been missed dearly. So appreciate you, DeWitt. You're loved, my friend. Let's see who else we got in here. Seabass has made it. Much love, Seabass. Looking good, looking good. Appreciate you being here, Seabass. A lot of good information you're dropping there, brother. If anybody's not subbed to Seabass, please do. Amy McCann, my sister, is with us. Much love to Amy. Nate X is in the building, in the house. Much love to Nate as well. Downward direction we got. Looks like I got everybody. Made it to the bottom of the list. So, yeah, appreciate each and every one of you as usual. And I can't express enough how grateful and how proud I am of this community. It's been awesome, man. And regardless of what happens in the future, you know, I just feel blessed, man, to have the people that we have here, man. You guys are something else. And, you know, I wouldn't want it any other way. And, you know, things will play out the way they do for a reason. And here's where we are, and here's the Foundry. And, you know, another shout out to Anime Gematria is in the house. Let's give a warm welcome and a greetings to Anime Gematria. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it, guys. Everything looking good here. Let's go ahead and slap this around somewhere else here. Let's go. We'll put that up for shits and giggles. So if I didn't shout you out and I missed you, I apologize. I'd like to give everybody a shout out. You guys all need recognition because you deserve it. And, you know, I'd like to point out when everybody's here and just highlight and show our gratefulness. So that's why we do what we do. So the title of today is obviously Cult of Personality, Intense Devotion to a Particular Person. And the reason we're going to start with that topic is due to the fallacy of, you know, being tied too much to an individual. It's obviously a fallacy because it doesn't matter how long you've known them. We've said this before, and it kind of goes without saying. Doesn't matter if you've slept on their couch or how long you've known somebody, how many truths they told you. At the end of the day, it boils down to, are they lying or are they not lying about a particular thing? Because, you know, if you lie to us once, then the gig is up, right? I mean, we're here to seek truth, and we have no tolerance for liars. So, you know, that's what ultimately what is most important. So it doesn't matter whether you like a guy or not. If, you know, I don't want to divide us just as much as anybody, but if we got snakes in the yard, snakes in the grass, then they need to be eliminated. You can't have that. You know, everyone here knows we're being infiltrated and we're fighting amongst ourselves, and it's all by intention. It's all by design. So it is to be expected, but how we handle it and how we react is what's going to make the difference, you know. And if we're just going to act complacent and just let them constantly control the narrative, then we got nobody to blame but ourselves when it comes to where we are. You know, it's time for us to take the bull by the horns and control the narrative, you know, with the truth, because it's not going to do it itself. You know, we're up against everything here, including ourselves, apparently. So our motto is always going to stick to, excuse me, guys. So our motto is always going to stick to trust nobody and question everything, including myself. You guys are more than welcome to question anything that I have said in the past or will say in the present or future. Nobody has amnesty, and I expect that to maintain that way in order to have a non-bias in search of the truth. So it's very important. We've had a lot of a lot of things going on lately with the Weisses and the Witzits and, the damage control, 101. So here we are, right? And there's a lot of us here, not, I wouldn't say a lot, but there are a few that seem to have problems letting go of certain individuals. And I do feel for you. I have patience for you. I just feel that it's necessary for me to have these streams and try to communicate to you to get you to think a little clearer and let go of the biases, because I was there with every one of you, even the worst of the worst, with being attached to certain individuals and too much respect and a blind faith that they would never lie or do anything malicious, because they've told us for so many years everything you wanted to hear. And it's really hard to do, to let go of somebody like that. uh, I'm sure each and every one of you have seen my contributions in the past to certain people that I no longer trust. But so I can relate, is all I'm trying to say, folks. I can relate to each and every one of you that are having problems, just calling it like it is, non-biasedly. Let's give a warm welcome shout out to Heresy Seed. Much love. Heresy Seed is in the house. We appreciate you being here, Heresy, man. You're great, man, and wouldn't want it any other way, man. You guys never cease to amaze me. Just the consistency, perseverance, and dedication is imperative in these times, in troubling mind sorcery games that we're being attacked with. William McLean is in the house. Let's give a shout out, warm welcome, William McLean. Let's see. I don't think I missed anybody else. But yeah, it's just important, guys, because we're being psychologically attacked. It's a mental battle of the soul. Really, it's a spiritual battle ultimately. But this ain't a battle where we're physical or we're gonna fight each other or I hate this guy, so let's square up. This is a fourth and fifth dimensional type of warfare where everything is gonna appear a different way than it really is. It's all about trickery and uh, weaponizing and infiltrating perceptions, which at the end of the day is going to change the way you think if you allow it to happen. And the decisions that you make and the words that come out of your mouth are going to be directly caused by the way you perceive things. So it's important to think for yourself. We can't say that enough. To be a flat earther is to truly learn to think for yourself. So, it's okay to be wrong. We're all wrong. I could be wrong right now. I could be wrong tomorrow, and I'll be the first to admit it. And I hope we're all in that same boat, because that's just the case. We're all just human beings, but ultimately, it's about being able to admit that you're wrong instead of doubling down on you being wrong, because you just dig a hole, and it seems to make matters much worse, if you know what I mean. So one of the main things that's happened recently is the Dave Weiss with yesterday on Vlad's channel and stuff. Um, he's doubling down that he didn't do any wrong, and he's the good guy here. Which I'm not going to say he is or isn't. I'm just going by the facts. That's all that matters, is the facts. I don't care about anybody's opinion. Is it a fact or is it a falsity? That's at the end of the day. If you're seeking for truth, that's all that matters. Let's give a warm welcome to RG the Artist. Everybody give a warm greeting to RG Truth Connects Russell G in the house. So, for the most part, I'm preaching to a choir, and, I hate to even take this avenue because, to me, it's kind of out of place for me because I've never really been this big mouth guy that just ran his mouth all the time. People like me are probably people that probably get beat up at the bar for talking too much, but that's not who I want to be. I feel that it's necessary to have this bullhorn and use it and scream it from the rooftops constantly, just so I can try to wake people up. That's only my only objective. I have no ill will towards anybody. And matter of fact, it's a very difficult process to attack people who are in our community, who are flat earthers, who have been at the top of the flat earth. All the leaders, air quotes, your Weisses, your sergeants, your Witzits, your Jarens, your Karen B's, your Glowbusters, your space audits, your all these people that have been around all these years with the channels that we all have grown to like and subscribe to, uh, have been impacted the most. It's like they started at the top and they're working their way down. Now you can see that these people are infiltrating even the small channels now because they've done a good job of already infiltrating the bigger top channels, in my opinion. That's just from what I see, and I'm sure a lot of you all agree with that. But somebody like Harmon, I hate to point out Harmon. If he's here, he's more than welcome to defend himself. But at the end of the day, I don't really care if you're here or not. When it comes to talking about people, it's not a disrespect thing at all. It just is what it is. The facts will speak for themselves, and I'm not here to talk shit or try to belittle somebody or undermine anybody's intelligence. But he's just one of the people that I have seen that has fallen into the trap of the cult of personality, which I have done myself. So once again, I'm not dogging Harmon or anything or anybody, but it's just what I see, folks. And Dave Weiss is a very he does have some charisma, and he's likable to a certain degree, maybe more to others and less to some, but he definitely has that car salesman, type of vocabulary to where he likes to control the topic in the narratives. Same old shit that we see everywhere else on a daily basis when it comes to narrative pushers. Um, so it's hard to even get a word in or even try to, question what they're trying to push when they don't give you the time of day to do it, and they're constantly cutting you off or talking over the top of you or whatever. But these last few weeks have been pretty telling. They speak for themselves once again. I just like to highlight them so that way people are seeing where I'm coming from and they're not lacking information. And sometimes it's just from being lazy. They don't spend the time to go watch things multiple times like I do. I watch things that I can't stand multiple times just to make sure that sometimes when you watch something, you can watch it the next day and have a different outtake or perspective on what you just watched just by the mood you're in or how you're feeling. Or so sometimes it's you have to go look through things twice and just really buckle down and hold the feet to the fire when it comes to what is true and what isn't true, and who belongs here and who doesn't. Who has lied to us before, who hasn't. Because once you lie, it's over, folks. There's no reason to lie. Now, if you got caught accidentally, doing something, saying something, then that's a different story. But if you're going to double down on it and defend the lies that you got called out for, then that you're just digging the hole even worse. And nobody has immunity to being called out. I don't care who you are. So, I think that's important, and I'm sure all of y'all do as well. So hopefully I'm not rambling. You guys are keeping up with this rant here. But what I do want to point out and start with, we're going to start with the Weiss thing because, that's the most relevant that just happened yesterday. We'll give a warm welcome to shout out to Mark Rizzo. Mark Rizzo is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome. What up, what up, what up? So the most recent stuff is, the Weiss thing because he was on Vlad yesterday, and he keeps popping into Vika's, and the timing of it's pretty crazy too. Because if you were honestly had nothing to hide and you never got caught in a lie, then you'd probably, if you were as big as somebody as Dave Weiss, wouldn't you just play like Eric Dubé card and just let people do what they're gonna do and not be in the middle of it, especially when you have a bias, when you make all this money off of an app and all this stuff. He sure seems to be popping into all these little places that you would think would be irrelevant to him, but apparently we're over a target and we're a big threat, or else they wouldn't be here, in my opinion. And always, this is my opinion, guys, and you can always take it or leave it. I'm not telling anybody how to think. Y'all have minds of your own, and y'all know how to think for yourselves. So it's just about making sure that we keep to that. We stick to our guns. That's what's most important. And the truth is on our side, so it's a win-win. As long as you know you're being honest, you can be wrong. That's okay. Nothing wrong with being wrong, but just having the ability to admit it when we are. So the first thing I'm going to start out with is I'm going to show exactly what's transpired over the last probably 2 weeks, because it really started on Vika's channel when Dave first popped in there, and Vika was showing the stuff that about him meeting up with Duffy or whatever, and really all that was irrelevant, because I do understand Dave's side on that when it comes to going to these meetings and people trying to take pictures with you and yada 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 yada. That's all pretty irrelevant to me, but he keeps doubling back to that, and I feel like it's an obfuscation. DJ New Moon is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome greetings to DJ New Moon. We appreciate you, fam. Much love. So, like I said, it's not about whether or not he was wrong or, accidentally. It's about doubling down and showing the true colors of the intention to lie, because he's doubling down on it, and there's evidence to support that he's absolutely wrong. And when he gets shown the evidence, he just doubles down and digs down even deeper into this hole. We're short 13. Yeah. Well, I am on a Wednesday, so it's a little bit irregular for me to be on a Wednesday. I try to do Mondays, but hey, it is what it is. I got work and shit, and sometimes it just don't work out for me on Mondays, but I do definitely try to stick to Mondays just to be consistent. But hey, when I don't, I try to make up for it on Wednesdays. And if I don't, then I don't. This ain't a job for me. I don't make anything. I have nothing to gain except, this truth movement, and be with the people we love and respect here in the Foundry. Speaking of the Foundry, you guys see my new, let's see here, see if I can see it. My new Foundry sign over here. Pretty cool. Little tiny little cute little Foundry sign. But yeah, let's go ahead and dig into this. We're going to dive right in. We're going to start back. We're going to go back. This was 10 days ago. And this is where it all started, pretty much on Vika's channel. And I'm not going to show it all. We're just going to listen to part of this so we can all get caught up to where we are right now. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and slap that on. Let's see what we got here. See if I need to address anything here. 12 people behind you are lurking and not liking. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, y'all make sure you smash that like button. It really helps with the algorithm. Like I said, I'm not here for clicks or sub counts, but at the end of the day, the more likes you get, the more views you get, YouTube is going to, push you in the algorithms a little bit better. So, whether it's true or false, with that being said, we're just going to do what we can to try to make sure we reach as many people as possible. So, thumbs up, baby. I appreciate that, Lord Racer. I'm gooder at this thinking thing. Mr. Super Sidewinder gets it. Flat motherfucking power. Not my rum ham is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome. Greetings to Not My Rum Ham. I appreciate you being here, fam. So without further ado, we're going to go ahead and slap this puppy on here. Let's go with a main screen here. And then let's go with just a little bit of this video here.
Relax. We can hear you when you talk. All right.
Okay.
Go
so
ahead.
just listen.
Got a 5x5
Duffy set
on
up
the
a
video.
debate with me in his own mind. He presented it to me. I didn't even friggin'
Y'all hear the video just fine. I just want to make sure before I keep going here. I'll fix a couple things here while I'm waiting. Whoa. I don't know what just happened there. 5x5. All right.
respond. I was not traveling. I think I might have sent one email saying, "Don't ever contact me again. I don't work with demons." And he even quoted me on one of his podcasts. Go find it. He said that he quoted me calling him a demon, right? I don't work with demons. So they got in touch with Witsit, right? And so they're like that
So basically, he just said that he doesn't, he basically told the only time he ever contacted uh, Duffy was, to tell him that he don't work with demons. So he's never ever contacted with them or made any other alternate conversations with them. Basically, he washed his hands clean and said he wanted nothing to do with Duffy and he don't work with demons.
Was traveling and couldn't make it, so I referred with bullshit. None of that. Hey, I was supposed to have a debate with Vika today, but Vika didn't show up, right? Vika, why didn't you show up?
So here's the deal with my volume. It starts out just fine. You guys could hear me before I play the video, right? There was a 5x5 on my volume when the video wasn't playing. And then when I start the video and then pause the video, it seems like my volume wasn't what it was. So it doesn't really make much sense to me. I'll try to talk more into the mic. But that's all I can do. I don't know. I've tried to mess with it, but hey, this is a noob at work here, folks. Let's give a shout out. Looks like William McLean. I already shouted you out. Memorial Gardens. There you go. Memorial Gardens is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome and a greetings. We appreciate you being here as always. Much love, Memorial Gardens.
But it's not in my word. Duffy is saying you are supposed to be in this debate and you post
But I
Austin
never
there.
heard about the debate. I never agreed to it. I didn't know about it.
But didn't you listen? You didn't listen to the end part.
So Dave just now claimed that he had no idea about the meeting and had nothing to do with it.
Dave,
I heard
he's
it
saying
3 fucking times.
no,
Vika.
but the last part he said.
Okay, the mic gain does work and it will raise my volume a little bit. But I notice when I rewatch my streams, if I have the mic gain up too much, I sound very gainy, like it doesn't, my voice sounds like I swallowed the microphone or something. So I'm going to split the difference here and just do a little bit of it. And that should be good right about there. Does that sound pretty good to you guys? I just want to dial this in, make sure it doesn't sound too reverby, and y'all can hear me loud and clear. Always check if the headphone is turned on. Mashes audio. Well, I'm not wearing any headphones. So usually you do that so it doesn't pick up what you're listening to. But I got my what I'm listening to, I'm just listening to speakers, but they're low enough to where it doesn't pick up on my mic. Just like my keyboard. You can't hear me typing because I got it set to where it won't pick it up unless it's strong enough. But so that way it doesn't pick up the double, because I'm on a delay anyway. So when I hear it, you guys that's why you'll hear the double speak if you can hear my volume, because I'm actually hearing it a little bit sooner than y'all. But is what it is. Hopefully you can hear me good now and it's not too reverby. I'm just going to have to go with the flow on that one. But back into this, so he's doubling down, saying he had nothing to do with anything. He don't work with devils.
Saying if it's something goes.
Give a quick shout out to Sarah Inland Sea. Sarah's in the house. Much love, everybody. Give a warm welcome and a greetings to Sarah.
Goes wrong here. The one who is supposed to be blamed is Mr. Dave Weiss.
Because
Why?
I didn't show up for the debate, so he's there. So he said that. He can say anything he wants.
But who organized that debate? You were saying
Not
you didn't have
me.
anything
I
to do
wasn't
with other than one email?
I wasn't involved. I wasn't involved with him organizing that debate. I would never agree to that debate. I've never.
So he basically just doubled down like 3 times. I wasn't involved. I had nothing to do with that debate. Just we need to keep this in the forefront and remember this has been said. People like Harmon need to understand this because he's going to try to defend Weiss. No offense to you, Harmon, but defending somebody blindly is, let's just look at the facts here. That's all I'm boiling. At the end of the day, we just want to get to the facts, regardless of who you like or who you don't like. And the fact is that he's doubling down, that he had nothing to do with it.
He never discussed it with me. He set up he goes, I'm going to debate David Weiss.
All right, take a chill pill, man. All right, take a chill pill, Dave. Relax.
Fuck
no
you,
problem. We hear you.
Fuck you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This is what you got, Dave?
Okay, what else you got?
This is what you got?
No, what do you have? What do you have? So you just brought up something Duffy said that had nothing to do with me. So you've got nothing. What else do you have?
Oh, so do you want me to the Weiss file then? Do you want me to? Really?
Oh yeah. Show me one thing in the Weiss file that you have any
No,
evidence
no.
for.
If you're going to act like this, if you're going
So I'm not trying to get in the weeds too much here about the Weiss files and all that. Basically, I wanted to show this part just to show how Weiss definitely doubled down on he had nothing to do with it. And matter of fact, he thinks he only emailed Duffy once to tell him that he don't work with demons. And he swears up and down he had nothing to do with it, which at the end of the day, it doesn't even matter. It's not even going to make or break anything. But the point is that your credibility is at stake if you're lying, okay? If you just admit that you're wrong and confuse something, then that would be different. But here we are with doubling down on him getting caught in a pickle, right? So that's all what I'm trying to highlight here is that he's claiming that he had nothing to do with Weiss being the guy, or Witsit ended up being the guy that Duffy ended up debating, basically, which they already had a conversation that it wasn't going to be a debate, it's just a discussion. But I'll go ahead and digress with that and show you this next video. This is McToon, you know, exposing. I'll let it speak for itself. So let's listen to this.
Press 1 for more options.
Hey Dave, Will Duffy here. Got your email with the invitation to come on with you and Jaron on Jaronism. Happy to do that now. It looks like I'm not in your contacts yet, as it just went straight to voicemail, so feel free to give me a shout back. 720-432-9455. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
And then this conversation happened.
What's up, Will?
How's it going?
Going great, man.
Awesome.
So you want to have a debate?
I'm not a big debate fan. I'm more of a discussion fan.
Perfect. I like that. I hate debates. Matter of fact, but here's the thing. I can't do it. I'm in Mexico for a couple months.
Traveling.
And the internet here sucks. But Jaron's going to host a debate, and Austin Witsit is going to have a discussion and address all your points. Are you good with that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Super friendly. Friendlier than I am.
Yeah, that sounds great. Okay.
Okay. I'll save your number. We'll figure out how's your schedule? Are you kind of wide open?
I'm definitely wide open, but it has to be before the 26th of this month. So it has.
So just stop and realize here how deep this conversation is. It's not like 2 words, 1 sentence, not I don't deal with demons later. He literally had a full conversation and organized trading himself out for Witsit. So he felt Witsit was a better person to have this discussion with. And he wasn't. Plus, he was traveling, which he denied as well. He claimed he wasn't, nothing to do with it. Even on Vika's, he said that Duffy made all this up. In his imagination, he made up that Weiss was supposed to debate him, and it's all just made up. But here, McToon is showing, that it was a full conversation that you're not going to just act like didn't happen. So that's where the problem lies.
Has to be in the next couple weeks.
Oh, perfect. We'll get it done. We'll get it done super fast.
Okay, sounds good.
I will set it up, and we'll get back to you. Someone will text you, or I'll text you, and we'll figure it out.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, listen. Open discussion. You can teach us something new. Maybe we can teach you something new. All right.
Sounds like a plan.
So obviously he said more than I don't work with devils. That was never said in that conversation. In fact, it was a full-on agreement to a coordinated, premeditated meeting with Witsit and Duffy, basically. Exchanging himself and, excluding himself from being the guy that was going to, be the center of attention when it came to Duffy. So after watching that, we're gonna go right into yesterday's Vlad's channel, and we're gonna listen to what Dave has to say now after this. Dave claims that he had already seen this stuff, which I think he did because it was on Vika's channel. So I think he did see this, but he contradicts himself and says he didn't watch it, and then 5 minutes later he said he did watch it 3 times. So just keep your ears open and pay attention to the double talk, and just not sticking to. He's not very founded with his story. So let's go into. Let's see here. Yeah, this one.
Drink 2 cups of this every day, man, and I tell you what, like, it's good. It's some good stuff. One of the things I had to tone it down on the oregano, because too much oregano, garlic on another day, so I could get all these things in order.
I don't want to spend a lot of time on it, man, and,
Right.
and I'm
Right.
okay talking to you straight up right here. But when you hear the answer, you can totally disregard it, or you can understand it. And there's lots of witnesses, including Keith, Aloha, and others that were all there. So
I'm going to pause and address that right now. He's kind of obfuscating because there's two different problems here. He's like bringing up a problem that isn't what we're even discussing. The problem is that he arranged and had a discussion with Duffy. That's what the problem is. He claims he didn't. He says he don't work with devils, but then McToon just showed a thing where he had a full-on conversation organizing these events to take place. So he's going to obfuscate and say, here's another story, and here's some people that can validate they were there. If I'm lying, they're lying, which isn't even having anything to do with the point that we were making.
Okay, so then they would. Okay, so Aloha from Florida is one. Who else?
Gene,
Dave.
he was there.
Gene? Okay,
he was there. Same
okay,
night.
so you talking about in Tennessee?
Yep.
Okay, so
I need to understand from you what the problem is. Just tell me. You guys are really upset at me for lying.
I'm not upset. I'm not upset.
Well, no. You said that you're very disappointed. You shake your head. You put your hand on your head. I saw the whole thing. So what is it?
So
I just want you to clarify before I say it. Listen, let me talk. I'll let you talk. When I talk, I talk. When you talk, you talk. What is it? I just want to be clear because I am unclear on what you guys are upset about. So please tell me.
So, Dave, it looks as if the dates are not jiving. And what I mean by that,
what dates of what? Dates are we talking
about? The dates of you getting with Duffy. Because what I heard, right?
Yeah.
What I heard was that you didn't get with Duffy. You didn't hold any.
Quick pause and a shout out. Carrie Skates has made it. Everybody give a warm welcome. Greetings to Carrie motherfucking Skates. Appreciate you being here, Carrie. So once again, I think Vlad is kind of, I think Vlad did a good job of letting Dave hang himself, because he's now talking about dates, which, yeah, they're semi-important, but once again, I think the bigger problem lies within not the date of it happening, but more so it in general happening, right? I don't think that the date was that important, but it is what it is. I just wanted to point that out as well.
You didn't hold anything with him. There was no discussion.
Shout out to Sea Lightning 300 Miles is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome, Sea Lightning.
As far as getting together to do a final experiment, none of that happened. And basically what punctuated you saying that you didn't do these things was when you said, I don't converse with demons. Right?
Correct.
And then we keep hearing this over and over again. You heard that on Vickers' show. Now, you said you watched what McToon produced, or you did not watch what McToon produced?
I did not.
You didn't? Oh, well, there we go.
I actually had heard that he did a show on me. I literally had like a minute to.
So here we go, right? He just admitted that he didn't watch the McToon, which I think he did. He's kind of confused because I think McToon did a 2-day on Vika's channel on Sunday. Vika showed the evidence that McToon actually showed on Monday. So when McToon's evidence came out on Monday, it was just a little bit more redefined is all it was, but it was the same information. But he obviously didn't watch it, and he's up here defending something he didn't even watch. So you think you'd get your shit straight and go do due diligence and watch what you're about to argue about. I'm just throwing that out there. X Blade Baby is in the house. I'm not exactly sure who you are, X Blade Baby. Haven't seen you before, but greetings and salutations. We appreciate you being here.
Skimmed through it. I skimmed through it. It just I didn't even see what was going on, and I left. And then I tuned into Vika's show, and I was pretty shocked at what he was saying. So I listened for a while, and so that's the first I'm hearing of it. But but what made me call in to you right now was you said that I should be talking to you. There's like if I don't talk to you, it's like I'm hiding from it. But
The one, the only Pebbles is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome to Miss Pebbles. Love you, sis.
But it's kind of just like when you guys have been asking for Austin's ticket for 8 months. The first he heard about it was a week ago Sunday. So you should, like, if you want to hear me talk about it, you have my cell phone number. You're in my phone book. You could actually call me.
Dave, you're right. 1, 2, real quick. So we clean this up. Witsit knew that we asked for his tickets. There's a whole show.
Let's take him out of it. I retract the
Okay,
statement.
cool.
I retract it. I don't.
Oh, shit, I'm muted. I appreciate that. Let me retract what I was thinking here. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Damn noob mistakes, I tell you. I appreciate it, everybody. So let me start over with that. Dave just got caught again defending Witsit. He claimed that this is the first time that Witsit's even heard about us wanting to see Witsit's tickets, which is ridiculous because 90% of you guys were there when we rated Witsit's streams, his stream at the Flat Earth comeback. That was months and months and months ago. When I got my wrench taken away at Witsits. I'm sure you all remember that just fine. And Vlad was screaming to show your tickets, and he ended up getting deleted, and they muted him and hit him from the channel because they got tired of hearing him ask for the tickets. So Dave Weiss once again got caught here defending Witsit, saying that Witsit just heard for the first time a few days ago that we wanted to see his tickets, which is ridiculous in itself because look how much attempts he's made and what extent he's gone to try to prove that they went to Antarctica in the first place. And he's not going to show his tickets without us asking. Now, you guys don't see a problem with that? Like, if they're trying to convince us that they went, and obviously they are because they went the extra mile to do just that, they're not going to start with showing us tickets. And if you don't ask for them, then you're not going to see them. I think that's very problematic in itself. I'm sure a lot of you will agree. But I just wanted to highlight that he just retracted, forget about what I just said, because he literally is doing what we're claiming he's doing is being a damage control individual and defending Witsit at all costs. Which is funny, too. You know, I kind of think about this. If I was Witsit and Dave was claiming that, I got tricked into seeing a sun that really wasn't there, because Dave's claim is that there is no 24-hour sun down there because he's biased with his app. Of course, he's going to have that stance. But he's basically saying that Witsit's fucking retarded because he's not smart enough to go and be in Antarctica for 4 days straight and be fooled every day without figuring it out that he just got tricked. So to me, I would have a problem with that if I was Witsit. I would be saying something about that, like Dave's off his rocker for thinking that, and I would bring my evidence to support why Dave was crazy if I was Witsit. But you don't see that. All you see is Weiss defending Witsit, which is contradictory because he's claiming that Witsit got fooled, but yet he's defending him. It's all just you know, pieces of a puzzle, folks. That's all it is. Just pieces of a puzzle. But when you get caught, you get caught. So that's all I'm highlighting here.
Don't even know
Fine.
what's going on with him. I'd
Okay,
like to see
fine,
his ticket too.
Okay, fine, cool. Now, as far as you're concerned, my thing is, listen, okay, you're willing to talk about it. We can do something tomorrow if you'd like.
Well, I can't do something tomorrow. I'm going. I'm traveling and stuff. Here, can I just summarize?
And they're real good at doing that. If you guys notice at a pattern here, not only Dave Weiss, but even Witsit does it. Anybody who's getting accused of anything, they'll pop out of the woodworks when you're least prepared. Like they're not known that they're coming. They just come out of nowhere, and then they want to stick you to, corner you and make you answer questions that you're not even really ready for. You don't have the evidence on you. You weren't prepared for this conversation kind of scenario. I see a pattern of that happening where they pull the wool over your eyes by your lack of preparedness. That's why I feel it's important, on after shows like this show here, to go back and highlight these things, because now I am more prepared. We can show things that we weren't ready to show because we just didn't see this coming. You know what I mean? Tickets prove what? The tickets don't prove anything. What the tickets are evidence, right? We want to give a shout out and a warm welcome to Justina. Everybody give a warm welcome. Justina has made it, is in the building, in the house. Much love, Justina. Salutations. So the tickets aren't important. That's what we need to realize. Is everything just paints a picture, everything's a puzzle piece, and you need lots of evidence to make a proof. So none of these are going to be an end all be all. Even if they showed the tickets, I have many, many problems that say the Antarctica wasn't real in the first place. So that's just my opinion, and I have evidence to back it. In fact, I have more evidence, which I will be showing, which is a nail in the coffin. I'm not going to come with this open opinion of mine without my due diligence. So, I have a credibility to uphold myself. I think credibility is extremely important, and I'm not going to come up here and just speak recklessly. When I do say something, it's because I've done the work, and that don't mean I'm absolutely right every time by any means. It just means that I am more diligent is all, and it's important to do so if you're going to be making claims, positive claims especially, because it comes with the burden of proof. What a concept. Let's see here. Serious business is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome, greetings, and a salutation. Serious business. Much love, man. We appreciate you being here. Let's see here. So, yeah, that's just more problems. It's just things that we need to, like I was saying about the tickets, it don't even matter, because if they show the tickets, then we can go elsewhere and show how the mountain in Witsit was lost, and he lost track of a mountain to the same snow, or all the other gates. There's many, many gates that are evidence to support that the whole thing was a psyop and a hoax, But ultimately, I think it's important to hold their feet to the tickets, because you get to watch them squirm and see what other mistakes they make, what they're thinking, what is their ideology, where are they coming from, and that you think that the tickets would have been one of the first things that they showed, and the fact that it's a year later speaks volume. They have to be asked to show your tickets. I mean, the second they landed there, they knew that they had all the haters, and they did a lot to try to prove that they were there, but showing their tickets wasn't one of them. And, with the tickets, it's just exposing. It doesn't even matter whether they have the tickets or not. It's just about exposure at the end of the day. You got McKeegan over here flashing his ticket. Every time he asks for Jaron's ticket, here comes McKeegan to, damage control. And first of all, there's a reason why the final experiment was designed and structured to have this many flat earthers go and this many globers go, because we don't trust the lying globers or the powers to be. But yet our best people, air quotes, affiliated themselves with the psyop. We all knew it was going to be a psyop before they even went. We had a year to talk about how dumb it was to even be in, compliance, associate with yourself with the powers that be in their final experiment in the first place. But here we are. It is what it is. And we did what we did. They did what they did. But at the end of the day, the reason that they brought those flat earthers is because those are the people that we allegedly believe and trust in. We're not going to believe McKeegan or McToon over Witsit or Jaron. So, excuse me, the whole reason those people went is because of credibility. And here we are with the two people that we're supposed to have the information from can't show us their tickets, but the people that we didn't trust from the beginning and beforehand want to show us their tickets. We don't give a shit about what the Glovers think or say because they have zero credibility. But here we are with damage control with McKeegan, Jaron, and whoever else wants to be a foot soldier. If they knew that they were in the wrong saloon, that would be nice because we don't give a shit. We know they're liars and deceivers, and they have zero credibility. So ultimately, it's up to Jaron and Witsit to prove to the flat Earth that whatever questions we have on our side, which Jaron obviously isn't in that category either because he's a straight up shill and flipped overnight and hand dismisses 10 years of falsifying a globe and looking at the sky to prove the ground is retarded to begin with. But like I said, a lot of times it's not even the direct principle of the conversation or the topic. It's about the totality and seeing a pattern of lies and manipulations and deceptions. So it's very important to be able to discern and not become too emotionally attached to any certain topic or individuals. Like I said, the tickets don't really matter. But at the end of the day, they're gonna bury themselves with trying to, obfuscate or whatever. We're gonna give another pause. A quick shout out to Big Pine. Everybody give a warm welcome and a greetings. Big Pine is in the house. Big Pine Sailing. Two Sis is also in the house. We want to give a warm welcome to all the Shield Maidens, especially. We enjoy your presence, and this community is about 25% on my channel when it comes to female-male ratio. So I really do enjoy all the Shield Maidens here in the Foundry for sure, because they're a lot rarer than the males. So everybody give a warm welcome and a shout out to Two Sis as well. We'll go right back into this and see where we're at.
Prize for you. You're upset at me because my story on how I met Duffy doesn't jive with what you heard from McToon and emails and everything that he exposed. Is that it? Is that the bottom line?
Part of that is it. Yes.
What's the rest of it? Tell me the rest so I can address it.
The rest, I don't know what the rest is because I didn't hear your
What
side.
are you upset with? What are you upset with? I'm over.
So Dave acts like he knows everything. He says, just let me talk, you talk, I talk, which seemed kind of disrespectful. At the same time, it kind of wasn't because they were talking over each other. But this is Vlad's channel, by the way. If you're going to go and be a guest on his channel, you might want to have some courtesy. We want to give a shout out to Andre WJCK1. I'm not exactly sure who that is. Let's see. There's no damage control. Witsit's content, along with Space Odyssey, destroys the intellectual quality of everyone else's, and Dave wakes up more people than anyone. So if they're evil, I don't care. Nothing. B and W. Okay, so I don't think you're really listening to the totality of what I'm saying. You sound like a troll to me. I'm not exactly sure who you are. Haven't seen you before. But you're on thin ice. I don't know. I don't mind opposing opinions, but really we're not here to be lectured by Globers or defenders. All we want is the truth, and the truth is objective. There's one truth. There is not multiple truths. You can think you have your truth and this guy's truth. At the end of the day, there's one damn truth, and it is objective. So we don't give a shit about anything other than the truth, and that's what we're going to stand by. Black and white. Yeah, okay. So onward.
Thing is, okay, so what I'm upset with is how it sounded as if you were almost convincing, right? It sounded as if your story was straight until I hear McToon's side of it. But it's like, I don't want to call it quits, but it's like, Dave,
All
I'm
right.
sure Dave's got a side.
So hang on. Don't be so
Right.
sure I have a side. So just so everyone's clear, McToon exposed that I had previous conversations with Duffy when I said that I never have. Is that it? Sounds right? Am I getting it correct?
Yes, that's some of it. That's some of it, sure.
Okay. Have you ever gone to a big meetup or a conference?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. And do people recognize you?
Yeah.
And a lot of people come up and introduce themselves to you?
Of course.
So when I went to this debate with Duffy, not Duffy, with Dean Odell and Locke, there was probably 1,000 flat earthers there. And I was meeting people left and right, left and right. And so when the debate was just ending, that's when I bumped into McToon. He shook my hand. I asked him what his name was. He's like, Dave, it's me. And I was like, holy shit. And I told him, don't touch me. And that was the only interaction I had with McToon. And then it was either before that or after that. I think it was, let me think. Oh, no, it was after that. We all went back to this hotel lobby, and there was just hundreds and hundreds of people in there.
So once again, he's just diluting and muddying the waters. He's really poisoning the well here. He just tried to validate what Vlad's problem was, and they concluded that it was that he had interactions and discussions with Duffy that he's denying. And then now he's trying to, he's not even prepared. It's kind of strange how Dave comes in here, claims that he hasn't even watched what he needs to watch, and then asks the questions of what is the problem, and then goes right into obfuscation and muddying the waters, because now he's about to tell the story of how they all met at, Greg Locke, and, the whole thing with Locke and whatever the guy's pastor's name was. I can't remember, but it's all irrelevant. It has nothing to do with the actual point that's being made. Flat Earth Eddie is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome, Flat Earth Eddie. Greetings and salutations.
And he comes up to me near this little billboard. He goes, "Hey, Dave, big fan. Can I get a picture?" He hands his phone to his friend. He points at me, and I said, "Hey, do you have a channel? Do I know you?" He goes, "You don't know me, but you will soon." And then he walked away. He said thanks, and him and his buddy walked away. That was the only Will Duffy moment that I had, and I didn't even remember his name.
Okay, so now he just really dug the hole, because he just doubled down and said that's the only interaction he's ever had with Duffy, and he didn't know who he was. He said he had the whole story about, do I know you? Oh, you don't, but you will. This whole story. But we just watched McToon play show evidence that he had a full conversation with lining up Whitsitt and Jaron instead of himself. Do y'all not see what I'm stepping in here? Do you see what I'm concluding to here? Do you guys see what I'm seeing? Okay, because I want people to understand this. It's very important for the people that love Weiss, which I love Weiss too, guys. I'm not trying to be a hater here. I hate the fact that we have to divide, especially with somebody like Dave, who's going to continue to push people into the truth and into flat earth. So it's very complex and a very troubling situation that we find ourselves in here. But, it takes courage to be able to just stick with the truth, regardless of your emotions and ties and feelings. I think that's what the take of this stream is about, is just there's a lot of people that are in our own community that are falling for the fallacies.
Name 2 seconds later, because I meet so many people short term, like I don't really care. And I literally forgot his name. But jumping back into, I think it was December, this is before TFE was announced. I get a lot of emails. I delete most emails without reading them, but sometimes I get an email, it's really well written. And there was this guy, I'm trying to remember, he says, "Hey, I think he said that he's looking into flat earth and he thinks the earth could be flat." He goes, but, he's asking, I had a whole email chain with him, maybe 2 or 3 emails. And then he goes, my pastor or a pastor thinks that the earth is a globe and he'd like to debate you. And I said, I don't really do debates, but if he wants, we could have a discussion and he can come on. And I said our show because at that time I was doing a weekly show with Jaron and Alex Stein. And Jaron has 160,000 subs. I said, if he wants to come on and have a discussion.
So it's all about notoriety, right? The reason he chose Jaron is because he has 160,000 subs, which we know damn well that means nothing when you can only get hundreds of views, 1,000 at best. Even before Jaron flipped, he was maybe getting a couple thousand views, per stream, but now it's down to 600-700 views. It's completely erased his channel, but Dave is over here claiming that the reason it was all about Jaron is because the sub count, which we know his sub count is bullshit. Nobody has 160,000 subs and can't get a couple thousand views. That just screams unauthentic.
He said, that's great. Thanks. I'll pass it on to Will. I said, well, he can't call me if he's not in my phone book. So I have him text me. Will calls me, goes to my voicemail. I get the mail. I call him back. Will Duffy. First time I've ever heard this name. Right. And he says, yeah, I'm a pastor. And he agreed. And he said, well, I said, we can do it. I said, but I can't do it until I get back from Mexico. And he goes, well, it needs to be done by January, I don't know, 17th or 27th or whatever it was. And I said, well, I can't do it, but I got someone else.
So isn't this strange? He just said he's never had the combo other than the crazy incident where, he showed up for that picture or whatever. Now he just goes right into saying that he did do it. Do you guys see that? Like, he just said he didn't, and now he's saying he did. Make up your damn mind. Am I the only one that's seeing this? I don't think so, right? Am I crazy? He just said he didn't, and now he's describing the conversation he had that he just said he didn't have.
Else that will do it, like there's no, like he's white. No, he doesn't. He's not locked onto me. And I said Austin Whitsitt for two reasons. One, I didn't want to do it. I wasn't, and I couldn't do it. And two, Austin's way better at it. And he said, okay, great. And I connected those two.
So how does he know all these details to something that never happened? He just said he didn't have any conversation with Duffy whatsoever. And now he's having this full-on elaborate, pre-scripted conversation, like he's explaining exactly what he just denied. It blows my mind.
And then I went kite surfing, and I forgot about that interaction completely. I don't even...
Oh, he forgot about it. But now he remembers.
I think I watched the debate between him and Austin because I completely forgot about it. So that's what happened there. It happens all the time, every day.
So somebody just validate for me. Am I crazy or am I on to the truth here? Is this guy double speaking, obviously, or, I don't know. I'm just calling it like I see it, and this does not seem right to me. He's all over the place.
Okay. And then at the debate, we all went out to dinner. Keith was at that dinner and other people. There's tons of people there. And I couldn't even eat my fucking burger because so many people were coming up to me and introducing themselves to me. Now, I'm really thinking hard. I don't think Will Duffy came up to me because I think I would have remembered him from the picture or I don't even remember what was before or after, but I don't remember him. But the truth is, I don't remember 98% of the people I met. I met Gene there and I didn't remember.
It sounds like selective memory, Really, he's just playing a part, right? And I understand he's got a point to some degree, but it's not the point that needs to be made. That's not the problem, of whether or not you remember certain people, because I get it. He does meet a lot of people, and I'm sure I couldn't remember half the damn people either. So I get him there, but that's not the problem, So we're going to be buckling up here with Dave here because, my intention isn't just to be negative, and I like to come up here and bring humor and, listen to some music or just have some laughs and some fun. So when I come at this approach, it's not because this is what I want. This is what the truth requires. okay? When there's people that are on our side that are defending Weisses and Witzits and, God forbid, a Jaron, that's very problematic because it's important to have a clean house. We started cleaning house, 3 months ago for a reason because we're poisoned. We don't even know where it's coming from, or it's hard to have a plan when you have no strategy. And that's all I'm about is seeing this shit coming a mile away before it happens, so we're more prepared when it does happen. And we're not so diluted with just a filthy house and having people that aren't really on our side or truthers, or they're more in it for relationships and whose house they had a barbecue at. It's all irrelevant to me. So I just hope that everybody understands that it's not my intentions to be negative or divisive, because that's the last thing I want, folks. I'm here for, I really just love to laugh and have a good time, but, we're in a state of war here. It's a spiritual battle, and, there's going to be division. And if you have to divide in order to clean your house and not have spies and infiltrated actors, then hell yeah, we need to divide. So it's more of a necessity than a want. And it's not easy for me just as much as it's not easy for anybody else. So it's just about getting over egos and biases. That's all it really boils down to, and just have an objective truth. It doesn't matter. Nothing matters except the facts.
Remember meeting him until he just brought up the details today. I'm like, oh yeah, we were standing by the table where I had the booth with Matt. And so that was my interaction, but I didn't know it was Will Duffy. Then the final experiment video, the emails came out. And now if you think about it, instead of saying it's a military operation where I'm having a high level dinner with these guys planning out a thing, know that didn't happen. And it's just a random meeting. And now, as I've always claimed, this entire thing was targeted for me from the beginning. It was supposed to be me, take down AE Map, take down my app, take down Dave Weiss. He's waking up too many people. So they did this. And they were targeting me. Will had his proxy, whatever that guy, like, hey, you reach out to Dave, you be real nice, say you know this pastor, and he connected me with Will. I completely pawned it off because it just wasn't for me. I couldn't do it at the time, and that was it. So then they targeted me for months, trying to get me to go.
Yeah, he's got somewhat of a point here. I can understand from an outside perspective why they would attack Dave Weiss. And he does make sense in that aspect where, they're gonna, because he's the one with the app, and ultimately they're trying to destroy the AE map. Really, is what I think. So I think that would be a wise comment to say that that's why they're attacking Dave. But I think that's why they changed the plans. And I could be wrong about that, but it makes sense to me that, you know, when Dave made these arrangements, it was a year before they actually had the final experiment. If you remember, they brought up that they were going to do the final experiment in like January. So everybody had like 10 months of the buildup, the suspense of it coming. So it didn't just happen at the last minute. So I think that it's a possibility. I don't know if it's true or not, but I think it's a possibility that they were still getting their cards in order. Maybe they wanted Dave to go because he's got the influence and a bigger reach or whatever, and it's going to destroy his AE map, just like he's saying. But then they realized that, I don't know. It's hard to really conclude, because if Dave isn't on it, then why do they want to attack him? It's very complex, but at the end of the day, if Dave Weiss went and claimed that he saw a sun, then obviously his entire career is over, because he depends on there being a 24-hour or no 24-hour sun for his app to be making money. So I think that's why they changed the game plan of him not going. But I'm not sure. I don't have the evidence to support that, but it's a variable that needs to be on the table, right? But it is what it is with Dirt. Like I said, I don't want to spend all night, dogging on Dave, because that's not my intentions, folks. You know, it is what it is. He'll expose himself, and as long as we just call the truth like it is, whatever happened to the Hanvey model? That's a good question. I do truly believe Hanvey was part of the whole thing in the also, which I don't have evidence of, but it sure fits better with the scenario. You know, they want the division, and what comes with the division is a multiplicity. It's going to come from many ways. That's why Jaron came back a Glover. Witsit came back a flat earther, saying there was a 24-hour sun. Dave Weiss says he thinks Witsit got fooled, but there is no sun. So we're getting all takes. You know, it's about division. And then you throw Hanvey into the persuasion here, and now he's claiming that, yeah, oh, the flat earth predicts a 24-hour sun. So at the end of the day, it's just more and more and more division. It's all about the division. And I know y'all understand that, but it's just important to highlight it and remember that that's what it's all about. And a lot of the complexities show that and back that up, you know. To me, it does. You know, it really paints the picture well. But we're going to go ahead and hop off of this one here. I think that's pretty much all I wanted to expose on the Dave bullshit. There's a little bit more. We're going to get into a little bit of Witsit stuff here, just to make sure that the entire house is clean, you know, get all the things off my chest and what I've seen and think and my perspective on it. Because it's all important, you know, to go over. And sometimes when you watch things, you don't see it with the same eyes as you do tomorrow. If you go and rewatch something, a lot of times you'll see it from a different light and understand it differently. So I like to watch things multiple times just to make sure that my stance is where it needs to be. Distractions and diversions is absolutely true. See lightning? That's all it's all about. You know, it's about dividing and weakening the movement. And if you notice, they've done a really, really, really good job. And I would like to try to reverse it and say, hey, we're not going to divide no matter what you do, but we're forced to divide because these people they're fake. You know, they pretend like they're part of this family when they've gotten caught lying to us. And we don't want no liars in this truth family. This is a family that is built on truth and facts, you know, and that's why we need to make sure that we have strategy in making sure we have a clean house, and that when shit does happen, it's not because of our lack of just letting everybody run amok. Whoever you are, you're welcome to our family, and you know, open arms. That's not the case here. Everybody here in this foundry is here for a reason, and they're all the bad apples have been thrown out, you know, with the lack of better words. Everyone here is above, you know, they didn't fall for it, you know, and they truly can think for themselves. Every one of you are here for that reason, in my opinion. And I think it speaks volume, folks. So what I want to do next is, let's see, screw this one. I'm gonna go to 334 here. No, 302. Okay. So we're gonna get off the Dave Weiss because I feel like what needed to be said was said, and hopefully you guys understood where I'm coming from and see exactly what I'm seeing with his double speak. And it just makes no sense. The guy's all over the damn place. He's not prepared, but he's trying to catch us off guard by coming out of nowhere, but then he's not even really ready. So it's all just confusing, man, and it just is what it is, you know? At the end of the day, that's all it is. But I'm going to call it like I see it, and I think there's a lot of red flags there, and they just need to be pointed out. But here's the conversation on the same one that Dave lost his shit on. But before that, Witsit was on there. And I had the opportunity to call Witsit out about what I thought about what he was lying about. So without further ado, I'm going to throw that on real quick, and then we'll discuss that.
That I was wrong about that. Like when the Dusty
you would have never
You would have
Dude,
never.
stop. You weren't there.
My bad.
Okay.
Go
So
ahead. Go ahead, brother.
Dustin Nemo made like 20 claims that were totally ridiculous. They were all debunked. So when he claimed that, I
That's
was like, dude,
fallacious.
well, no, it's not fallacious. It's recorded. He was objectively refuted multiple times in a row. And the problem I have with people, I encourage people to not believe stuff, to be skeptical, whatever. There's a difference.
So J.R. Hartley asks, so is the outcome Dave forgot? I don't believe that's the case, because he just contradicted himself with saying that he had no idea, he didn't watch it, but then he goes into a full explanation explaining exactly what he claimed he didn't even know or he forgot about. So that's where the doublespeak comes in, and where the problems arise is nothing makes sense with the guy. He's all, he's contradicting himself and double speaking and controlling the conversation, like he always does, which is fine. That don't mean he's lying or telling the truth, but in accumulation, these all speak volume to me. And at the end of the day, your credibility is at stake, Dave. It's all about credibility. If you could just say, I don't fucking know, then yeah, we'll chalk it up as you're a human being, and we probably come to our own conclusions that you're probably just being attacked because of you're the guy that would probably be the best to attack. But that's not, you're just making more and more problems with it. So that's what I think about that. I don't think he forgot. I think he's just playing us. But that's just my take from it.
Difference in that and claiming something's fake, slandering people, etc. But it doesn't matter. I was wrong about the mountain being the same. Someone showed me afterwards, like, oh, look, it is the same mountain. This is where we were. Actually, Jaren's the one that showed me. And I was like, okay, my bad. I was wrong about that. That's not lying. I literally.
Okay, so here's a huge problem with Witchett's statement here. He said that he admitted he was wrong, and even Jaren had to tell him that it was the same mountain. So he's acting like he's coming clean, and he's going to admit that he was wrong. Okay, well, there's ramifications and implications behind the fact that you are wrong. Because if you are wrong, then now I have more questions. If you're admitting that you are wrong, I have more questions. And with that being said, this is what I mean. These people were there for 4 freaking days, okay? They claim that the sun never set. So you can't blame that it was too dark. That's why you lost track of where you were, because it's bright as hell out 24 hours a day, allegedly. So the mountain that he's claiming that he lost track of, and he's, innocently mistaken that it was a different mountain, just brings up more problems by him admitting that he was wrong. Because, like I said, you're there for 4 days straight. They didn't go to the other location just once. They went there multiple times. They went there and slept under a damn table and all this shit, just so we could get a footage of the 24-hour sun not going behind the mountain. Well, they went back and forth from the camp to that location multiple times, and they were at the entirety. They were there for 4 days. So you're telling me you went back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and you still didn't know it was the same mountain? Now, I know that might not sound as damaging as I think it should, but once I show you some more stuff here, you're going to see why it's so damaging to a severe degree. So I'll shut up and play some more, but just remember what I just said, because I'm going to highlight exactly where I conclude and why I have these questions.
Didn't even know.
Hey,
and yeah, you get in a giant machine, you get in this giant vehicle, right? That's this souped up vehicle, and then you just drive for
there's
however
nothing
long.
even in.
Heart of the Earth is in the house. Everybody give salutations, warm welcomes, and greetings to Heart of the Earth. We appreciate you being here, fam. Much love. So he's claiming that he had to hop in this big truck and blah, 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 1.5 kilometers, which if you do the math, guys, 1.7 kilometers, that's not even barely a mile. So he got in a truck and went 5,200 feet. Okay, 1 mile away from the huge mountain that it's so big, and this mountain looks like you can touch it, but it's actually miles away. Every single one of them got caught saying that. So this mountain is very significant. We're talking about Mount Rossman. That is, the whole camp is based around Mount Rossman. Everything about Union Glacier is based around Mount Rossman. Okay? So you're telling me that you can go less than a mile away and lose track of that mountain? And it's broad daylight because you claim there's a 24-hour sun there, so you can't use the, oh, it was dark excuse. And I'll show you here in a minute. I'll just get a little ahead of myself here because it's really important to understand why I feel this way. And I'll get into that here in a second.
In between you and that mountain, when you guys left to the second location, there's nothing even in between you, and you're not going to convince me. I don't know how you're going to convince people that you're not smart enough to know that's not the same mountain. You
Did you miss
literally
where I said I don't care what you think? Like, I'm not
well,
trying to
that's
convince
fine. You don't have to care because the truth.
Okay, so here we go. He was trying to be cool and trying to come up with cool explanations, right? And he was saying, well, this, that, and the other. And the second I held his feet to the fire, I says, you're not going to convince me because there was nothing in between you and the mountain. And during the Dustin Nemos conversation, he claimed they went through some mountains, hung a left, went way out in the middle of nowhere, and that's how he lost track of the mountain, which there was nothing in between him and the second destination. So the second I held his feet to the fire, he goes fallacious. He says, I don't care what you think. Okay, you guys catch that just now? He says, I don't care what you think.
That mountain, when you guys left to the second location, there's nothing even in between you, and you're not going to convince me. I don't know how you're going to convince people that you're not smart enough to know that's not the same mountain.
Did you miss where I said I don't care what you think? Like, I'm not
well.
Okay, so did you miss the part where I said I don't care what you think? So now you went from attacking the argument to attacking me. Okay, was that an ad hominem? Yeah, just fallacious, right? So once again, his entire argument just went void. It went moot because he had to result in being fallacious. You guys see the problem? You see what I'm stepping in once again, Mr. Witsit, the guy that knows everything. He's never wrong. He knows all about fallacies. All of a sudden is fallacious when his feet get held to the fire. Okay?
That's fine. You don't have to care because the truth doesn't care about what you think or
That's
I
right.
think.
The truth doesn't care what you
here's
think.
the
I went
facts.
to Antarctica factually.
Here's the facts. You backed up. You backed up so because the sun goes behind the mountain, and then you're literally going to be looking at the same mountain.
No, the reason we've
up.
changed location is because they said that with the where the camp is, the sun goes behind that mountain, right? So then they set up specifically for this trip, knowing what we were doing. They moved us however far away so that we'd be out in the open and the sun wouldn't go down below the mountain. So we went there. We had no internet. We set up Starlink. All of that's real. We did that and barely slept and had all those people crammed into one little room. And it's like you're saying, like, guilty by association, and we shouldn't have done it. Okay, well, this is how I view it. I would have never spent 35 grand to go to some approved.
Quick shout out. One more quarter's in the house. Everybody give a greetings, warm welcome, salutations, much love. One more quarter.
Location in Antarctica, hoping it wasn't cloudy. Like, I would have never done that. So I
Austin, 1 second. Austin, 1 second. You and Jaron were in a position to.
Okay, so I got my point across with what was said here. Now we're going to go into some very damaging stuff, folks. So you guys really need to pay attention to this. Even the no-sayers out there, the people that are still defending the Weisses and the Witsits. This is mostly for you guys because I know a lot of people. I've already showed this stuff in the past, but here we are. I feel like it's important to show it again. And this is very telling here. Which it had just claimed that he don't care what I think and blah, 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 blah. So here's the thing. This is their own footage. You guys remember the drone footage that they put out? It was actually McKeegan, I think, that put the drone footage out. Awfully late, by the way. Did you guys notice that the drone footage didn't come for months and months until after the final experiment? And matter of fact, it says, okay, well, it was put out 9 months ago. So it was probably a month after they got back before we even got the drone footage, which before, when they were in Punta Arenas, they were bragging about having we got 2 drones and we got permission to fly around and we can go this many feet high we're allowed to do and it's going to be great. Well, you only got 1 drone footage a month after they got back. And I think that the reason they pushed that drone footage was because everybody was pointing out the fact that the camp disappeared. They were at the location, the second location, and you couldn't see the camp. And the drone footage is here to prove that the camp was still there. It's just over the hill a little bit and you can't see it, right? So with that being said, check this out. This is their drone footage. McKeegan's. Okay, so it's already extremely problematic, folks. Okay, this drone had just taken off. Okay, it's like, how many feet in the air do they claim they are here? Okay, you can see just from the ground here. This is the very beginning. He's taking off from the ground. And it doesn't take but a second to expose that the camp is there. Okay? Now, think about what Whitsitt just said. They had to get into a truck, drive 1.7 kilometers, and he had an extreme argument with Dustin Nemos that this objectively is not the same mountain. Okay? Look at, they were here, they went here. How are you going to lose track of this freaking mountain from here to here? You could walk back over there. Literally. You don't need to take a truck. 1.7 kilometers, all this nonsense, whatever you want to claim. Okay? It's that close, allegedly. Which this all looks CGI to me as well. And who flies a drone like this? Look at how they fly the drone. They go straight up in the air like it's on a pole or something and make 360. If you had a drone, wouldn't you be flying it around? Wouldn't you go up on top of that mountain? Wouldn't you come fly it over here above the camp? Why do you just go straight up and straight down? Does anybody have an answer for that? Or an explanation why drones would be flown like that? I'm going to give a quick pause and a shout out. We got a special treat tonight. Looks like Grounded Extracts is in the house. I want to give a warm welcome, salutations, and a greetings. Everybody give a warm ass welcome. We appreciate you, Grounded Extracts. Your work is pretty cool, man. We seen your latest video, and we appreciate you. You said nothing negative about Owen Benjamin. Crow777, Carl deleted our 3 episodes due to conduct. Whitsitt told me I didn't have enough subs for him, Zach and Cammy, to defend. Trash people. Absolutely, man. And it's just another nail in the coffin, brother. We appreciate you being here, man, either way. And I can't express enough, man. I'm humbled by your guys' presence. But back to the shenanigans here. I'm pretty sure you guys, once again, understand what I'm explaining here. You're not going to lose track of this mountain. You can't blame it on darkness because they said the sun never set. So it's broad daylight every single time they went from here to here, back over here to here. Okay? They didn't just come over here and stay over here the 4 days. They had to have gone back and forth. Okay? And you're telling me for 4 days you traveled back and forth and Whitsitt still didn't realize that that wasn't the same mountain until Jaron had to correct him on Kingdom of Context months later? Bullshit. You're undermining our intelligence, you know? And that's why I'm not going to sit here and fall for this shit, man. You know, I'm not going to defend these people whatsoever. You get caught lying and you're just a liar. Nothing more, nothing less. But let's go ahead and play this. Now, once again, who flies a drone like this? I got it on 2 times the speed, so it's going to be a little faster, but it's irrelevant. See how the drone just goes straight up? Why don't you fly the drone anywhere? And how many times were you told that there were huge crevasses here that are big enough to swallow cars? But yet, what are they covered by? Is it like one of those old traps you put the sticks over and the leaves over so you don't see the pit? Because usually crevasses can be seen to some degree. I mean, what is blocking the crevasse? How is a crevasse not visible here if all of them claim that these crevasses are so big they'll swallow cars and you're not allowed to go by the mountain? You guys all heard that they've said that. They all said that. But yet, you don't see any crevasses. So what is preventing you from seeing the crevasses? I'll wait. You know? What's preventing it? Snow can't just sit on top of a big old crevasse and cover it up. Just more lies, folks. This shit looks like CGI to me as well. I don't have any evidence of that, but it don't look real to me. Long story short, they spin around in one circle here. You know, if you had a drone, wouldn't you just be zipping around? Or is this the way you would do your drone if you had a drone? Would you just go straight up in the air and do a really extremely slow circle and then come right back down? You're done. All the drone work's done, folks. No, nothing else to do with the drone. We just had to prove that the camp was there because you guys said that the camp disappeared. They're just covering their tracks with this one, if you ask me. But basically they just make a full 360 here in the same place. It doesn't fly anywhere, just stays right where it's at. Okay, now here's the camp. Literally, I mean, you could see that they didn't go very far where the second location is. Now here's the descent. All these gauges make it true, you know. That's how you know this is real, because it's got all these gauges. Yeah, that's about as boring as it gets. Everyone give a shout out to South to West. Everybody give a warm welcomes and a greeting. Salutations, South to West. We appreciate you being here. Much love. But yeah, this is pretty much garbage, but it is what it is. I think they put this out to you know, clean up on aisle 4 because everybody was claiming the camp disappeared when it was the same ass mountain. But this is their damage control because sooner or later, and it's gone. Ooh, I just thought about something. Check this out. Where'd the communication tower go over here? Remember they got this huge antenna where they get their tower and their communications? You know, thank God Elon Musk, because Starlink was available for the first time ever in history in Antarctica just for the final experiment. Okay, where is the fucking tower now? Where's the communication tower? It had a big old antenna on it. Ask yourselves. You will watch other footage, you're going to see a big old communication tower with an antenna that sticks way the hell up. I didn't see that in the drone footage. Still don't see it. And the camp is gone. So to me, this was just to cover up people saying that the camp, they forgot to put the camp in. So apparently that camp is over the hill over here. It must just dive right off at the, once again, you take a level across this line right here, and it is a perfect level line hiding the camp. Okay, so this is a freaking backdrop. Nothing is perfectly level across the entire footage like that, you know, to me. Look how rough this stuff is, you know. You can see texture, but this back line is always perfectly level all the way across. But that's just my opinion. That's where the backdrop meets the ground. But I'm going to dive into something else here, even more damaging. We're going to go back in time a little bit here. This is the Dustin Nemos debate with Witsit, and it's going to show how Dave was defending Witsit on top of Witsit showing his playing dumb.
Dustin, come on, you're smarter than this, bro.
Where is the Union Glacier camp? It looks like that was invisible in the background of this. And I know that you moved over a little bit, but the same mountain is there. Where's the camp? This image is
What? This is a totally different place. This is a 1.5 kilometers
away.
No, it's 1.5 kilometers or something, I think.
It's the same mountain in the background. We should be able to see something of the camp, right?
It's not the same at all. It's a totally different area.
It's the exact same mountain. Look, you guys see this?
Yeah, it's a mountain. It's a
Dude,
mountain.
I have full video from one location to the next. We have like 5 of them from different angles. You have to drive pretty far away. It's like a 15-minute drive through the snow, which is obviously slower. I think they said 1.5 kilometers. I can double check. I don't know. Totally different place. You don't even see the same stuff at all. It's like, I don't know.
But, so it should be that like that blue box at the bottom of the image, we should be able to see at least some sign of buildings.
What?
Or
brother, this is so far away from the camp. You can't see the camp at all.
Now remember what I just told you guys about. They spent 4 days there in broad daylight. You're not going to mistake, or let's say you did mistake it. You don't think on day 2, day 3, you would have figured out, oh, whoa, that's the same mountain. If you were dumb enough to fucking not know that in the first place. But 4 days of being there and you still don't know, you're going to come out here and defend that you honestly didn't think that was the same mountain? Very sus. Nail in a coffin, if you ask me. Brett is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome to Brett. Much love, fam. Appreciate you being here, Brett. Another Shield Maiden. Greetings.
A mountain is not that much smaller in proportional relation.
It's a totally different angle of mountains. I don't even think it's the same mountain at all.
That's the exact same mountain, bro. Look at that.
It is not. It is not.
So let me zoom in. This thing, it looks like that Titan-shaped elephant mountain. It has this almost concave nose to the front of it. It's very distinct right there in front of the sign. You see that? Like, it's a slope, almost like a ski slope.
Dustin, how high is that mountain?
And then here, it's the same shape. It's cut off.
It's not the same shape. You can look right where that slope is. It's totally different. And I know for a fact it's different. And this is.
So Dave's asking Dustin, hey, how high is this mountain? Like, obviously high enough to tower the entire camp so much that the sun gets covered by it and they have to back up, which I don't even think less than a mile going away from it would make the difference in order whether or not you could see the sun go barely behind it or not. But I'll digress. You know, I could be wrong on that. But I got another video that proves that they didn't even have to go to the second location. I think it was TFE put out a it's a 32-hour sun lapse where they claim that when they got back to the camp, he set up a camera off to the side and caught the sun for another 32 hours after the fact. And guess what? They're right off to the side of the camp, and he recorded the sun the whole time. So why did you need to leave in the first place? Another contradiction. That's all it is. One contradiction after another. CJB is in the house. I'm not sure if I mistaken. I might have shouted you out. I'm not sure. These names start fucking me up after a while because they're not original. But shout out to CJB. And if you're somebody else that has a different name, make that be known. But much love and greetings, salutations.
What's so funny? Wait, I thought just a second ago the Owen Benjamin stream could have been legit and we were in Antarctica because the studio is in a different location, but now the studio is in the same location as the camp, and one of the arguments is how come it doesn't look the same as the camp. These narratives will never work. They'll always self-contradict. A second ago, the studio was supposedly in a different place, and that's why we could verify that somehow Austin was able to see his Brett the entire time drinking tea with Owen Benjamin because he was actually in Antarctica, and that was actually at the camp. That's where that video was filmed, was at the camp. So, but there's
all this is in Antarctica.
All of it's in Antarctica, and my point is, the video with Owen Benjamin was filmed at the camp, and we have GoPro footage. Like, people could just go to Jaren's stream; he's already shown a ton of it, and he's supposed to be releasing it to the whole public here soon. I showed on my stream last night some different footage from my phone and the GoPro. We at the camp.
You're
at the camp.
You're misunderstanding me. I'm not saying that the camp doesn't exist. I'm saying it doesn't exist in your studio footage.
Why would it? It's a totally different place. It's out away from everything. Do you know why we had to go to a different location? Do you know why? Because one of the reason we had to go to a different location is because the mountain that is in the background of that sign is 13.5 degree elevation angle, and the sun goes slightly below it. We had to get out away from it. We had to get out away from it. We drove all the way out. Like maybe it's 1.5 miles or whatever. I don't know.
You agree it's the same mountain though, right?
So he drove all the way out. Just barely. Like, what are you talking about all the way out? 1.7 kilometers, blah, blah, blah. It's objectively, blah, 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 word salad, this and that. Calm down, dude.
No. It does look kind of similar with the slope there. I don't know. It doesn't, I don't even think it is the same mountain. I really wouldn't even know that answer.
I believe this is the same.
I appreciate that, Andrew. Andrew, I know, yeah, if I would have seen Crushed in Family Life, I would have known exactly who you were. That's why YouTube's been screwing me up, man. And you go to like Sob's channel or somebody else's channel, and all of a sudden the names are back to normal, and they come to my channel, and it's all wish-washy. So ScrewTube at it once again, I suppose, because they're just picking on me, because why isn't this like this on everybody's channel? And if I'm wrong there, correct me, but I notice when I go to Sob's or anybody, Vika or Ironworks, the names will go back to normal.
The mountain.
I'm pretty sure it's not though, because if that mountain is by the camp, it's definitely not the same mountain.
And it doesn't look.
Wait, go back up. Look, go back up. Okay, you see where? Wait,
over the curve.
So he's doubling down once again that it's not the same mountain. Remember, they've been there for 4 days in broad daylight. I could see if you just went there for 1 day and you were there for an hour and whatever happened, but you were literally there for 4 freaking days, and you're still going to claim that you had no idea that this was the same mountain. That's not going to fly with me.
Wait, watch this. You see how that's a sharp angle and then it cuts down? Now go down. Now go down. This is a smooth angle into it. It's not even the same. It has bumps and it's smooth and it goes down. This is a sharp angle into a sharp angle.
That's a bowl in the top there that's collecting snow, and then that's a almost like an elephant trunk going down to the ground level. That's almost ski slope, gentle.
And it's not the same as the picture just above it. It's literally not the same.
It's just
it is not.
The one above it is wider.
Wait,
you can actually zoom out of this and see it's definitely nowhere you can't see the camp at all, bro. It's nowhere close. You go through mountains and then take like a right and then go drive for a long time, and then you bust back through a right. You see the camp way off in your distance before you even get over behind the other mountains, and then you're out in the middle of nowhere. And this is on the marathon route, which is 10 kilometers, right? And they run 4 laps, 10 kilometers. There are red flags you'll see in our footage back here. There are red flags lined up based on where they run the marathon, and there's no camp anywhere involved in any of that. So you can actually see red flags lined up, and that's not where the camp is. So that mountain can't be the same, because there are literally, you can see people, actually there was a person running on it at one point. It's totally different location, bro.
That mountain looks like an elephant's skull.
Quick pause and a special shout out. Mr. Vlad himself, Ironworks 92,000 is in the house. Salutations. Greetings. Welcome.
Basically,
it's
very distinct.
Dustin, it's not the same mountain. If it was the same mountain, who cares? It's 1.5 kilometers away, just so they can see over it.
No, right? But it can't be the same mountain. It can't.
See damage control Dave here, guys. He says it doesn't matter, Dustin. You know, it is what it is. You know, no, the implications behind it are severe. They're just undermining how bad this is, right?
Can't be the same mountain because it couldn't be the same angle. It couldn't be looking at the same mountain from the same angle when I know for an objective fact you couldn't see the camp at all. You were nowhere close to the camp. You couldn't see the camp.
Even 1.5 kilometers away, we would be able to see this sign.
You know that mountains have ridges, Dustin?
But this is at the base in front of the same mountain.
It's a different mountain.
All right, we'll agree to disagree. Let's move to the next one.
Okay, so you're just baselessly claiming that's the same.
So everything is baseless and debunked just because Whitsitt said so. Even though he admitted he was wrong, don't you think he owes an apology to Dustin? Because I've never heard an open apology. You know, people treated Dustin like shit for this, right? And including Whitsitt and all his fanboys. They all treated Dustin like shit. Like he's out of his freaking mind for making such accusations. And then here we are, which it's, admitting that he was wrong. And it took Jaron to fix him, by the way, because he was there for 4 days but never realized he was wrong about the mountain when it's right freaking there, right in front of you. You never even left your vision. And he also said he had to go through the valley and hang a left 1.7 kilometers and out in the middle of nowhere. It's objectively not the same freaking mountain. Right?
Mountain, but it's not.
So that's why when I confront him about it, he's going to result in, oh, I don't care what you think, instead of being able to attack the problem with the accusations. Pretty ridiculous, right?
That mountain looks identical with more snow.
It doesn't look identical. And that's why you should have zoomed out. You should zoom out, actually, and you would prove it. If you'd zoom out and show more of that mountain where the sign is, you'd be able to prove that it's not the same mountain. You've cut it off where there's just one little slope. No, you didn't. You cut it off where there's one little slope. So what even is your claim, though? I want to lay this out for the audience again, just because this is what happens. What always happens is we avoid the implications of the claims being made, because when you stack them up beside each other, they destroy. They completely refute each other once you actually combine your claims. So we talked about how we were in Antarctica for the Owen Benjamin stream. Apparently we could have been in Antarctica, or maybe I flew real quick to Alaska while other people were live streaming and you could see their breasts. Okay, so I was at the camp talking to Owen Benjamin. I was at the camp talking to Owen Benjamin. You could see you said, oh, well, that's because you were outside of the studio. Now you're saying that the same mountain is where the studio was. You're directly contradicting yourself. You can't make both of those claims. Makes no sense.
Yeah, so I say the damage is done, I think this is it's too much, man. It's just too much. You can't just backpedal and act like this didn't happen. And the severity in which he defended and, treated Dustin like shit because of the accusations that were made, and it's just too much. So I hope people can see that the cult of personality is not a good thing, right? We have to have a non-biased approach to the truth and the facts, because they don't give a shit who you like and dislike. I want to show this footage that I was just talking about. This is from the final experiment, so I imagine that's Duffy that put this out. And I've showed this before on my channel, but I'm not sure if all y'all remember. But here we are right next to the camp. Okay, here's the camp. And the sun mysteriously doesn't go behind the mountain. So the fact that they needed to go way the hell over here to appease us, because it was all for us, guys. They did everything. They suffered for you. They ruined their lives for you. Everything was for you. And you're a piece of freaking shit because you're accusing them of lying when it was all for you. You guys are just ungrateful bitches. Every one of you fake ass, dangerous truthers, baby truthers, this was all for you, and now I gotta deal with blah 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 blah, whine and cry and fucking bitch and moan like I'm a victim, right? That's Witsit, right? So we're gonna show you this, right? Why the freak did they move back there? And the whole reason they slept under tables was to appease us. So the sun did not go behind the mountain, and we would end up bitching because they didn't get a 24-hour footage of the sun, which we've yet to get from Jaron or Witsit. We're stuck to relying on the Glovers that have zero credibility for tickets, for 24-hour footage, the terabytes, all this shit that the people that we thought had our back came back empty-handed. And now we're stuck, supposedly supposed to trust McKeegan now. And McToon's on our side. He's exposing Dave. I mean, it stinks to all high heaven, folks. Quick pause and a shout out. I'm not sure. I think Maria Walker just showed up. I'm just used to you being here. So if you did just show up, everybody give a warm welcome. Looks like everybody already is. So much love to Maria, another Shield Maiden in the house. Okay, here's some more problems, folks. We thought that this was all groomed snow, ancient snow for millennials. As I like to say millenniums. Okay, so this is supposed to be ancient ice for millenniums, hard packed ice, and that's why we never seen the footprints with footprint gate. But here you go, all these footprints are just here now, right? All the footprints are just visible all of a sudden, and it looks like many paths have just walked right here, and the sun didn't go behind the mountain, as you could see. Okay, show it again. Here's the sun, allegedly. Now, the sun didn't drop behind it. We could see it the whole time. So they didn't even need the excuse to go over there in the first place. Okay? And another thing with these footprints, I find them fishy because, other times they tell us that there's no footprints because it's groomed and it's ancient ice that's hard packed. So Schwing is in the house. Everybody give Tube and Schwing a warm welcome. Much love. We appreciate you being here. Salutations. Mr. Schwing himself is here. So this snow here, look how big the footprints are sometimes. The people that went, like McKeegan, those are little small-footed little prissy pussies. These aren't real men, okay? They don't have size 12 boots. So, I just think about that when I do look at these footprints. And on top of that, they always show drag marks behind these footprints. Like, who walks like that? Do you drag your heels when you walk? Why is there like a footprint with a drag, footprint with a drag, footprint with a drag? What are these, Neanderthals? They have 12-inch boots? I'm just throwing that out there, guys, I got eyes to see, and I got many questions. But once again, this here is proven that they didn't even have to go to the other location in the first place. The camp is right here.
We'll get it done. We'll get it done super fast.
Okay, sounds good.
I will set it up, and we'll get back to you.
All right, so this is McToon's yesterday's, but it's pretty much just doing the same thing. I don't know if you guys seen this, but it's pretty much just reiterating what was said on Vlad's the
someone
night,
will text you, or I'll text you and figure it out.
Okay, I appreciate it.
All right, listen, open discussion. You can teach us something new. Maybe we can teach you something new. All right?
Sounds like a plan.
All right, man. Thanks.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
Quick shout out, Donald Pasek is in the house. Shout out to Donald, much love, salutations, greetings. Everybody give a warm welcome to Donald. But yeah, I'm not even gonna play this because it's basically
all right. So there you go. So Dave vehemently
he's exposing the same shit that he did on Vika did. Basically that. The whole Weiss shit, denying that he had any interactions with Duffy, and then obviously there's a recorded conversation with a full-on script. So it's hard to deny, and then Dave plays dumb. So I just hope I'm not wasting my time here. True Earth Whisperers in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome to Sonny Davis. Greetings and salutations. And congratulations again on the new book, brother. Let me get a better view of this. Sonny Davis. We like promoting you, brother. I'm proud of you, my man. Oh, yeah, and I want to show you. I thought this was appropriate. I haven't shown it in a while. But, we all know that Dick Cheney died the other day. And I'm still kind of shook up about it. But, with that being said, I'm going to show my dick pic. just in case y'all haven't seen that in a while. You know, it's important to show the dick pic every once in a while. Shits and giggles.
He denies that conversation existing at all. I played it last week. Got around to Vika. Vika called out Dave, and now Dave is on with Ironworks tonight at this very moment. And by the way, Vika, Ironworks, Vlad, if you want copies of those, I'm happy to provide the copies of that audio. Shoot me an email.
You know, I find this pretty, not really funny, but it is kind of amusing. Let's give a stop and a quick shout to another Shield maiden. Victoria Salt Coherence is in the freaking house. Much love, Victoria. I'm sure DeWitt won't have a problem dropping Victoria's channel. And we miss you dearly, DeWitt. We appreciate all you do here, my man. Victoria also has a channel, and she could use some subs, I'm sure. So shout out to Victoria. Much love. Greetings.
MC2 at mc2.net, or you can jump on my Discord.
Oh, okay. So what I was saying is, what I find interesting about all this as well is these Globers, they think we're stupid, right? Because we're just a bunch of dumb firsts. So they think they're so smart because now all of a sudden they're on our side to destroy Dave, right? McToon's, I'll give you all the information you need. I'll be your buddy. You just give me, I'll drop you all these links and we'll destroy Dave together. But they don't understand because we see with open eyes here, and there's more of a totality that's occurring here. And what I mean by that is, you know, McToon and Craig have both been on live streams admitting that Whitsitt got caught faking his breath. Well, they think that's funny, but the reason he got caught faking his breath was obviously because it wasn't cold enough to have breath in the first place. So that just proves that, you know, it's evidence to support that they never were in Antarctica to begin with. So they're playing on on thin ice, if you know what I mean. Like, they have to be really careful with who and how they attack people because they're all on different levels. They're not going to attack Jaren because Jaren preaches exactly what they want him to. They can attack Whitsitt, but only to a certain degree because he's in compliance with there being a 24-hour sun down there. So you see all the different angles they're dealing with here, but it's a double-edged sword for these people because, you know, they're over here openly admitting that he got caught faking his breath, which would only happen if you had to fake that you were somewhere that was cold that it wasn't, or else you wouldn't be faking it. And you wouldn't fake it because your wife, because you literally blew it in the screen on purpose, but yet you want to claim that you don't want your wife to know you vape. So it's all contradictory once again, with all the spewing and the damage control. You know, it's very telling, and they dig the hole deeper and deeper every time they try to defend it. And then, you know, they think they're going to do a great job by exposing Dave Weiss now because, you know, they think it's funny because we're all eating each other alive and we're destroying ourselves from the inside, and they're going to hop on that bandwagon, right? Well, little do they know, the only reason, you know, they might know it, but they're not smart enough to fucking consider it because here we are. That the only reason we're destroying Dave in the first place is because we're accusing him of having associations and, you know, being a part of the whole hoax to begin with and defending it and all these things. So destroying Dave isn't going to really help the Globe side at the end of the day, in my opinion, because really the only reason we're attacking Dave is because we know that the final experiment was a hoax, and that's why he's being exposed. But they're over here helping us expose him. You see, it's just so muddied. You know, the waters are ridiculously muddy here, and you can't see heads from tails. But I don't know if, you know, these people, they like to get drunk too. I noticed that this dude's been getting drunk on his streams, and I think that's good. You know, they get sloppy, and just like Dave Weiss, you know, you get sloppy, you get liquid courage, and you might say some things that you normally wouldn't say. I think that's common.
Or just contact me on Discord. I'm just MC2 on Discord.
You said that I should be talking to you. You know, there's like, if I don't talk to you, It's like I'm hiding from it. But it's kind of just like when you guys have been asking for Austin's ticket for 8 months. The first he heard about it was a week ago Sunday. So you should, like, if you want to hear me talk about it, you have my cell phone number. You're in my phone book. You could actually call me.
Dave, you're right. 1, 2, real quick, clean this up. What's it new that we asked for his tickets?
Let's take him out of it. I retract the statement. I retract it. I don't even know what's going on with him. I'd like to see his ticket too.
Okay, fine, cool. Now, as far as you're concerned, my thing is, listen, okay, you're willing to talk about it? We can do something tomorrow if you'd like.
Well, I can't do something tomorrow. I'm traveling and stuff. Here, can I just summarize for you? You're upset at me because my story on how I met Duffy doesn't jive with what you heard from McToon and emails and everything that he's posted. Is that it? Is that the bottom line?
Part of that is it, yes.
What's the rest of it? Tell me the rest so I can address it.
The rest, I don't know what the rest is because I didn't hear you.
What are you upset with? What are you upset with? I'm over Victor.
Okay, so what I'm upset with is how it sounded as if you were almost convincing, right? It sounded as if your story was straight until I hear McToon's side of it. But it's like, I don't want to call it quits, but it's like, Dave.
All right, so hang on. Don't be so sure I have a side. So just so everyone's clear, McToon exposed that I had previous conversations with Duffy when I said that I never have. Is that it? Sounds right? Am I getting it correct?
Yes, that's some of it. That's some of it. Sure.
That's only part of it.
Have you ever gone to a big meetup or a conference?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, and do people recognize you?
Yeah.
And a lot of people come up and introduce themselves to you?
Of course.
Oh my goodness, Dave is digging himself a hole. Dave vehemently denied setting up the debate on Jaren's channel with Will because he was traveling. He vehemently denied that ever happened. This isn't anything actually about, because this is his ignorance. This isn't about whether or not they met. This is about him denying, lying about whether or not they had a debate set up.
So when I went to this debate with Duffy, with Dean Odell and Locke.
You went to a debate with Duffy?
There was probably 1,000 flat earthers there, and I was meeting people left and right.
There were not 1,000.
Right, left and right. And so when the debate was just ending, that's when I bumped into McToon. He shook my hand. I asked him what his name was. He's like, Dave, it's me. And I was like, holy shit. You know, and I told him, don't touch me.
I squeezed his hand too hard and he cried.
And that was the only interaction I had with McToon. And then it was either before that or after that. I think it was, let me think. Oh, no, it was after that. We all went back to this hotel lobby. And there was just hundreds and hundreds of people in there. And he comes up to me near this little billboard. He goes, hey, Dave, big fan. Can I get a picture? He hands his phone to his friend. He points at me. And I said, hey, do you have a channel? Do I know you? He goes, you don't know me, but you will soon. And then he walked away. He said, thanks. And him and his buddy walked away. That was the only Will Duffy moment that I had. And I didn't even remember his name 2 seconds later because I meet so many people. Sure.
Okay, so anybody that's in...
All right, so I think, my point was made very well here, to the best of my ability. I'm just trying to shed light on this stuff, because there are a lot of fence sitters, as we've been calling out for quite some time, and I don't have a problem to some degree. I have patience and understanding for some people sitting on a fence, but, it's been a year later and we've been calling it out. We went through a cleaning house, and I think that if you're still sitting on a fence right now, it's very problematic. And, your associations are everything. If you're associating with people that are known liars, then you're only what you surround yourself with. If you're around a bunch of liars, then you're just a liar in my book, right? Because that's all you're doing is ascertaining a bunch of liars and defending them while you're at it. So it's not a good look. I've had a recent problem with Valley Parks, just so you all know. I hate to spout out names, but I have problems with a lot of these people that like to hang out in wrong places. And I'm not trying to be a controller of where anybody hangs out. I just think it speaks for itself, when you're associating with certain people. And I'm sure y'all could agree with that. But I've caught her talking shit about me multiple times, and she continues to do so, mainly on Rico's channel. She claims that she's met more flat earthers than I have subs, which, how is that relevant to anything? I don't know where that has any relevancy, but she's calling me out saying fuck me because all she sees in me is division. And once again, I try to express that division is the last thing that I want to do, but we have to. We have no choice. If we want to have a leg to stand on in any type of strategy or any type of strength, then we have to divide. It's a no-brainer. It's not something I want to do. It's something that is imperatively a must. in my eyes, just from my perspective. So I hope y'all understand that. And she's no longer going to be welcome here. And it's unfortunate because, you know, a lot of us like Valley Parks. And, you know, I have problems with a lot of these people that are all attending their flat earth meetups. Because, hey, that would be cool to go out and meet each other and all this stuff. But guess who's running these shows? You're going to go pay $70, $80, $200 to go meet up with flat earthers, you know? It's all about money and grifting and, you know, it's all shills, man. You got, look who's in charge. Once again, you got Sargent and Weiss and, you know, all these people that are flocking. That's why the name of this stream was Cult of Personality, because people get so hooked on these personalities that they feel like these people can't do wrong or be the bad guy ever, because, you know, they built this strong bond over 10 years that is undestructible. It's a ride or die situation at this point, you know, which is, it's a bad way to perceive things, because you become fallacious and you're not having a non-biased subjective opinion on anything anymore at that point when you're guilty of being a cult of personality. But you know, even like Flat Earth Nation, he comes in here quite a bit. He's been talking an awful lot about contracts and so on and so forth. I don't know if he's just buzzed, but I do respect what he says to some degree on some things. We want to give a shout out. Stacy Daisy has made it. Another Shield Maiden is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome. Salutations, Stacy Daisy. So, you know, with Flat Earth Nation, you know, he loves taking shots of the moon and claiming that the moon is a reflection of sunlight, which, hey, you can believe that, and I don't even have a problem with you believing that. My problem lies with you pushing a narrative that is not provable. We like to stick with what's provable and facts and stick to the ground. You know, we all know that the sky doesn't prove anything down here, and, you know, you can look in the sky and it's cool and yeah, it's beautiful, but at the end of the day, it's just a mystery. The luminaries, you're not going to tell me how far a freaking star is. You're not going to tell me how far the moon is, whether or not the moon's reflecting light. All these things are not facts that you can have receipts to support the positive claim that it's reflecting moonlight, you know, but he continuously pushes it. And I don't have no ill will, but, you know, they surround themselves with each other. And it just gets more and more red flags up for me, you know. They like to hang around each other. And to me, it's just part of that division clique, you know. Really, they say I'm being the divider. Really, they're there to divide because they want you to believe that there possibly was a 24-hour sun in the south. And, oh, we predicted that on our model with Hanvey and, you know, coffee caustic is possible. And, you know, all these reaching and non-provable things that are going to divide us at the end of the day. And yeah, they're all about money. You're absolutely right, Sarah. That's why it's unfortunate that I don't agree with going to any of these stupid flat earth meetings. I think they're all about the money and they're making us look bad. It's another hit piece. I've showed on another stream where they're advertising for Quartzsite and they're showing aliens and shit in the videos, like simultaneously talking about flat earth with aliens. So they're just undermining the importance of the truth of flat earth. You know, they're just mocking us. It's another hit piece, right? Which we've already seen in the past. We've seen this happen before with their hit pieces with Netflix and all this other shit. It's just another day in the office. Nothing new under the sun with these people. So I'm just calling it out like I see it. I'm going to throw a quick tune on. Hopefully this don't shut me down. It's kind of older. We're just going to lighten the mood a little bit with a little bit of music here, just real quick. Take 5, refreshing your drinks if you need to. Use the bathroom. But this is compliments of Lord Racer. And if it does shut down, they'll probably bring me right back up. So don't run if I get shut down. I should be back up in 5 minutes if it does happen. Just so you're aware. I usually don't get strikes for it. They'll usually just ban it in certain countries type of deal.
AKA, you know me. I got love for my people, they showed me that. Built my empire, never once struck back. I show trust for starters, led by example. Who work harder? You kidding, right? Evie been catching a flight. Emergency roll, coach sitting up through the night. Can't stand you carried in. Ain't earned you married in. You ain't a hustler like Larry Flint. Some died violent, rest in peace. Instead of brew, we pouring out gasoline. It's a cold world, of course, still trying to breathe. Trying to stay on course, in no rush to leave. Just speaking tongue in cheek. And speaking of, speak to my peeps in time with the drum. This a taste to say the least. Weatherman LP, it's the shape of things to come. Look, Ebb changed his flow. Y'all didn't know. The whole time been capable, waiting on a sign to blow. Look, listen, observe, witness. My heart been this since a long time ago. Sleep with my eyes up, hustle never went down. Maybe as a juvenile, that's sealed and dried up. 18 turned around, 2020 focused now. Fans with support, these haters with dick riders. Magic was my idol, Bird my rival. More important than church or Bibles. When we work the angles, they start to bounce, so don't hold me liable. CA rep Los Angeles. They got it twisted, streets are still danger. People turn quick, friends become strangers. One day this way, next they change up. Minor leaguers thinking they major. I ask myself that question. Since I lost my mind, things ain't been right, man. In case you didn't know, they call me evidence. Y'all don't know about me, trust me. You don't know about me.
Rumbling, you
It's the last thing I do. Ladies and gentlemen,
yo, so
y'all need to turn it up.
just the other day, Sam from between Dave Keegan and Juice. Y'all know him. I really don't even want to say it. So Dave McKeegan, we know what he's all about. He's pro-glow.
More than one hit on tour at the same time. Had more than one chick, more than gun clips, more than peep. Each line is more than punches. Each line is hungry, didn't pack my lunches. Marathon cats are back, that's longevity. I might flip, I'm serious and steady, bitch. You ain't do it right, we stealing your melody. Or maybe not, cause John Lennon said let it be. Rappers need radio for self-esteem. I'm on some brand new boombox, Radio Raheem. I wonder if my grind is gone in vain. I mean, it's my time, but are they on my page? I rap behind the beat, but never after the fact. They put their trust in me, never ever sat back. Since that day, a loop, I'm chopping it. It's make history or sit around watching it. Life goes by, pick up and drop habits. I duck cops, never caught, the odds have it. All said and done, I do this shit again. I see so many people.
And sets way north of west. Well, wait a minute. If it keeps doing this, there's not
strange
much place
idea
for it
that
to sink below the horizon, right? Because they're going to meet. Okay, you keep doing this. You walk further north.
Okay, my bad, guys.
You get to the Arctic Circle.
Okay, so I'm not tripping. They're going north. They are not going south, correct? Okay, so over there, they're demonstrating going north and what they expect to see during the summer solstice, right? Now check this out.
Oh my gosh. Why is it the Arctic Circle? Because on the solstice, the sun rises due north and sets due north.
Oh, snap.
Why is this a problem? Top left, Dave McKeegan. Where the fuck they at? What the fuck's going on? Why are they showing that footage? And let me...
So those of you don't know, this video I just threw on that Vlad is presenting here was with Neil deGrasse Tyson, and they're showing the north having a 24-hour sun, but yet they showed the fake footage of the 24-hour sun in the South. That's pretty damaging. And why would you do that?
Double down by showing y'all this. Why is it that, hey, I recognize that sun, 5:20, 5 minutes, 20 seconds. That's Dave McKeegan, the brother I just spoke with on Jaren's channel. I always learn something new. Greetings from Brazil. Years ago, I worked. So Dave's talking about this shit, not one correction. Thank you for your service as a flat earth debunker. How's that debunking flat earth? These motherfuckers are incorrect. Thank you. If you ever do another video of flat earth, I would love to be, but wait a minute. It's incorrect. He's talking about the North and he's showing a possible, you say that you went to the South and that's what, wait a minute. If somebody corrects me for some shit that I didn't do, how do you do that? How you, it's almost like being recognized for something that you didn't do in a place you didn't do it at. So did you do it in the South? Did you do it in the North? And this is what I'm talking about. I'm going to go into further detail about it, family. But, you know, I got like a few minutes before the show starts. So let me go ahead and let this ride. I'm going to post this up and then we're going to discuss it further in the show. What's happening, y'all? YouTube family, I will see you guys in the show. Love you guys. Wish you guys nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Most of
Yeah, just another anomaly, right? What kind of shit is that? Was that intentional? Because there is a 24-hour sun in the North. Why would you show the fake one of the South to prove? It's so crazy, isn't it, folks? The shit we see, the shit we deal with is seems to know no ends, right? The hypocrisy knows no bounds with these people. Quite telling, quite telling. I wanted to address what Maria was talking about Jamaica. You know, I try to not pay attention to a lot of this shit, you know, because I don't trust anything the damn narrative pushes. But obviously Jamaica's having some trouble with the hurricane over there that's been sitting there for many days. Geoengineering 101, right? They claim it's got winds of, you know, category 5 and hundreds of miles an hour winds that this storm just sits there for days on top of them. But it's very problematic, you know, to say the least. You know, I feel bad for anybody who has to suffer from any type of, you know, ramifications from the powers that be. But I try not to just pay attention, man. It sucks because, you know, I have a heart for, my heart goes out to these people. But how much of it's real, how much of it's scripted, and how much of it's organic? You know, it's just hard to even want to watch when you can't trust anything in the first place. And then you see through the lies when you do watch, you know, it's almost just like you check out eventually, right? But I think it is important to pay attention to some degree so you know thy enemy, right? What are they doing? Where are they trying to distract, and what's really going on that they're distracting from? Those are things that we always got to ask every time we run into these scenarios where a major crisis or national event is occurring, whether it be a shooting or a weather, or it don't matter what it is. It usually has multifaceted, you know. 16 Alpha is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome. Shout out 16 Alpha. We appreciate you being here, fam. Greetings and salutations. Much love. Thank you for being here, brother. I'm going to throw on a little bit of, what is this, Scott? He's in a band. He's the drummer here. I'm just going to throw on a quick little song. I like to lighten the moods up here a little bit every once in a while because everything doesn't always have to be negative.
All right, thank you all very much. This place has some cool vehicles in it, so we'll dedicate this next
Scott
song to the
rounds.
vehicles in the room. I don't want you coming here, wasting all my time. 'Cause when you're standing oh so near, I kinda lose my mind.
Yeah, Pebbles. This drummer right here, that's Scott Level Realms. He's always on Rogers. Scott Level Realms. He's the drummer here.
Always to those
Quick pause and a shout out. Everybody give a warm welcome, greetings, salutations, Right Minded. Much love. We appreciate you being here, Right Minded. Much love.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's Scott, man. You know, we got a lot of talented people in this Flat Earth community, that's for sure. You know, we got authors writing books. We got, you know, app makers and band members and construction workers. Man, it's amazing how much talent is right here in this foundry alone. You know, it's pretty cool, man. I tell you, a lot of successes, you know, just available here with this community. You know, speaking of the storm over there in Jamaica, I think that's going to lead me into showing some of this Dane Wigington, because he's like the leader when it comes to exposing geoengineering. And you guys might have seen this before, but you know, what the hell, you know, we're going to hang out here and watch some shit anyways. You know, it's good to just replay shit every once in a while. I'm going to put on this, it's actually one of his main features. It's the global, what is it? The Deming is what it's called, the title of it. But it's really good. It exposes exactly the chemtrails and all this shit. So if you haven't seen it, even better. But if you have, oh well, we'll just sit around and hang out and converse about it.
Melissa is one of the strongest storms ever recorded. That's from theeconomist.com. Category 5 storm makes landfall in Jamaica with catastrophic floods and wind. That's from NBC News. For the record, Hurricane Melissa was the equivalent of a Category 6 hurricane. Let's add this from the Weather Channel. Hurricane Melissa tied record strongest Atlantic Basin landfall. Let's ponder the following. What has radically changed in the last 22 years? Here's some statistics from 1980 to 2002. 3 storms only achieved what's called extreme rapid intensification status. Over the same length of time, 22 years, from 2003 to 2025, 18 storms achieved extreme rapid intensification status. That's a 600% increase. What primary factors in this equation are being criminally denied by governments and their agencies? Here's another question. Do the climate engineers have the capability to manipulate atmospheric pressure zones, primarily with ionosphere heater installations like HARP in Alaska, and by doing so, create conducive conditions for extreme rapid intensification? Short answer, yes. From extremetemps.com, this headline, Melissa just broke the record for having the driest eye in any tropical cyclone in all of recorded history. Imagine that. Yet another sign of manipulation and radically changing atmospheric chemistry, which doesn't bode well for the fate of the human race or the web of life as a whole. This next headline is certainly of interest from phys.org. Hurricane Melissa turned sharply to devastate Jamaica. How forecasters knew where it was headed. Yes, how do the scheduled weather script readers know? Could it be that they get their scripts from defense contractors Raytheon and Lockheed Martin, both neck deep in climate engineering everything, including atmospheric frequency transmitters like HARP? please search geoengineeringwatch.org. Hurricanes. Examine the data loops in multiple posts that recorded the frequency transmission manipulations of hurricanes like Harvey, Ian, Helene, Michael, Maria, etc. Let's ponder that for a moment. Again, how do the scheduled weather script readers know so far in advance? For example, in the case of Hurricane Harvey, they knew 7 days in advance exactly where it was going to go, exactly where it was going to sit and spin for days, dumping 50 inches of rain. Again, please search geoengineeringwatch.org Hurricane Harvey. Look at the recordings of the frequency transmissions captured in real time that manipulated that storm to do exactly what it did. With all that in mind, this after impact MSN headline: Hurricane Melissa exits Jamaica after causing extensive damage. The government earlier said it hopes to reopen all of Jamaica's airports as early as Thursday of this week, only days after the storm hit. So after all the dust settled, Matrix Media went from catastrophic damage to, quote, extensive damage. Very big difference. And all of the airports are good to go in a couple days. Of course, all the damage is an absolute tragedy, but was climate engineering a core factor in the steering and strengthening of Melissa? Were there behind-the-scenes agendas and objectives being carried out? Question: could the forever meandering Hurricane Melissa that underwent, quote, extreme rapid intensification at the last moment have been a warning that was dialed back a bit at the last moment? Could perfectly symmetrical superstorm radar images we all saw have been modified to a degree, again, in order to serve specific behind-the-scenes agendas and objectives? Does the technology exist to manipulate storms on this scale? Again, the answer is yes. And keep in mind, the U.S. military started their hurricane manipulation operations with Project Cirrus in 1947, and in that initial publicized experiment, by dropping something like 100 kilos of material out of a single aircraft, they appeared to completely alter the trajectory of that storm. They later denied it, although damage was done in Georgia. There were lawsuits pending. They backpedaled very quickly. How much more can they do now? How much more? With all this in mind, let's examine a few puzzle pieces. First, this from CNN. Quote, Trump is trying to break China's monopoly on rare earths. This is related to Jamaica. Please stick with me. Trump stated, quote, in about a year from now, we'll have so much critical mineral and rare earths, you won't know what to do with them, end quote. So does Jamaica have significant rare earth mineral deposits? Short answer, yes. From the JamaicanObserver.com. Exploring Jamaica's untapped mineral potential. From that report, Jamaica has discovered significant rare earth mineral deposits. The discovery of this deposit is a significant development for Jamaica, as it could prove a substantial source of rare earth elements, which are crucial for various industries such as electronics, renewable energy, and aerospace. Wow. Imagine that. Who would have thought? Who would have knew there was vast petroleum reserves under Gaza, for example? Lots of examples around the world if one simply takes the time to investigate. All just coincidences, I'm sure.
Quick shout out, quick pause. Christopher Allen is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome, greetings, and salutations, Chris. Much love.
Sure. Next from Reuters, Trump says U.S. is prepared to aid Jamaica in the aftermath of Melissa. Question: will rare earth mineral confiscation?
Also, I'm not sure. I guess I didn't shout you out, Tarrant, but shout out to Tarrant as well. Much love. We appreciate you being here. If I did shout you out, my apologies. But hey, getting shouted out twice never hurts. So shout out to Tarrant as well. Much love, Tarrant. We appreciate you as always. Much love.
Be the price of that aid? Is it likely forthcoming? As Ukraine, as an example, has been forced to pay for its aid with the same rare earth minerals? Were any last-minute, behind-the-scenes bargains struck?
To me, these chemtrails, they're kind of a mystery to some degree, because how many of us have actually done the studies and tested it? I've watched studies online about what's actually in these chemtrails, and from my understanding, there's lots of barium, strontium, aluminum, just heavy metals in general, shit like that. But ultimately, what is the big picture? What is actually happening? What is their motive? What are they doing? That's the questions that I ask myself. You did. Always a pleasure. Oh, awesome. I appreciate you, Tarek. But to me, it's like I look at a big picture in a totality. Like, we're used to all this big pharma shit, thinking that we have a flu season and all these germs and viruses and disease, when really this shit's all man made and it's all about big pharma, baby. So to me, when I look at this shit, I think about being poisoned, right? And it's not like on a poison level to where it's going to kill you, because you're not good dead to them. They don't want you dead. What they do want is not you to live way past an age to where you're not contributing anymore. So once you're 60, 70 years old, you're most likely you're not giving, you're not paying into their system. You're not a slave that they need you to be. And eventually you're just costing them. You're taking back out of the system. You're raking up bills that you can't pay. And I think longevity of life has been manipulated. Like, you might possibly be able to live to be 150 and feel like you're 50 years old, as we see with a lot of these Hollywood elites and body doubles, because they say they die, but then you find out, with like flat earther, they go and play a different character, and that's what they do. They're a bunch of actors, and it's all just one big world stage. But to me, it wouldn't be too crazy to believe that this shit is just a slow poisoning, just like your water or your food. I just kind of look at it like that, because ultimately they don't want us dead, but it definitely don't hurt to have us sick a lot. At least once a year, seasonal. 'Tis the season.
That may have played a part in the predicted catastrophic Melissa damage in Jamaica being reduced to, quote, extensive? And for the record, when the climate science cover-up actors ran...
Once again, everything's multifaceted. So not only do they get those benefits, but when they wipe out, if you notice, every single major disaster from any national or natural disaster like weather, these people have record-breaking incomes. When I say these people, I'm talking about your government. They sell every board, every battery, every drop of gasoline, and they tax it, tax it, tax it. Everything is gone off the shelves in these places where they're trying to survive from the storm that is manufactured. And at the end of the day, guess who follow the money? They seem to get rich off these natural disasters, and then they expect people like you and I to come, be charitable and loving and give up your hard-earned work or money to help support the damages caused after the account, after they just ripped everybody off and taxed everything to no end and sold every single thing off the shelf. Why are you making money off of disasters, right? Shouldn't that be like a pro bono, But I digress with that. But that's just, once again, I try to look at multiple facets of what is happening and why, and it's always multifaceted.
About hurricanes being impossible to manipulate, when they claim that there is far too much energy in a hurricane to be impacted by humans, consider as an example, as I've pointed out previously, though a freight train can weigh over 200 million pounds, a single small child can alter their course completely with the pulling of a single lever, thus diverting the entire trajectory of a freight train that can weigh over 200 million pounds. The climate and atmosphere are far more malleable than has ever been officially.
Yeah, that's a good point on that dementia shit, right, Brett and DeWitt. A lot of these chemtrails allegedly, I can't prove it myself, but I've come to understand that they're tied to a lot of Alzheimer's and dementia and bacterial, just like bronchitis and all kinds of shit that people are suffering from, autism, all kinds of shit that allegedly can be traced back to the poison that's in the air, the food, the water. So a lot of these ailments and illnesses and cancers, all this shit we die from, yeah, it's all manufactured, unfortunately. And then you spend the rest of your hard-earned savings trying to stay alive for the last moments of your life, paying hospital bills that you can never afford on your best day. So they get you all the way through life, and they get you on the way out as well.
Acknowledged or
Very
disclosed
evil.
for obvious reasons. Climate engineering, aka weather warfare, is the crown jewel weapon of the controllers. As I've stated so many times, the weapon with which they have been, can, and continue to bring populations to their knees without those populations ever even knowing they were under assault. This is Dane Wigington. You're listening to the weekly installment of the commercial-free, non-political Global Alert News Report, the End of the World as We Know It broadcast, brought to you by geoengineeringwatch.org, the largest and most visited website in the world on the subject of global climate engineering operations, aka weather warfare and chemical and biological warfare due to the toxic elements. And we don't know what they're putting in the mix. At any given point, they can put anything they want in this mix. And when they're truly losing control of the narrative and control of populations, why would we think that they wouldn't put something far more lethal in a mix that already contains biological carrier platforms like polymer fibers and graphene? And that's what those two elements are used for, in addition to climate engineering patents, biological carrier platforms to carry a pathogen from the clouds to the ground. Why would we think they wouldn't do this when the historical record shows that they have already done it hundreds of times? According to the Washington Post, as far back as 1977, 239 open-air biological tests carried out by the U.S. military on innocent, unknowing U.S. populations. Even as of that date, how many more have been conducted since? And as far as our military goes, they're compartmentalized. They don't know what they're doing. They're simply told to carry out orders without questioning, and that's exactly what they do, and that needs to change. Our military brothers and sisters need to remember the oath they took to protect their countrymen from all threats, foreign and domestic. That includes within our own government. Quick footnote for those that truly want to help sound the alarm: very effective climate engineering.
Quick pause and a shout out. God Heart Guardian is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome and a greeting. Salutations. Much love, God Heart Guardian.
Awareness raising materials are available on the homepage of geoengineeringwatch.org. Full color printed materials, which we pass on for less than our cost of producing and shipping. Geoengineering Watch shirts, restock sizes, new colors. These are all great conversation starters, and so often that is the key to the door. Moving on. More on the never-ending smoke and mirrors deception that global geoengineering operations are just on the drawing board and not an ongoing 80-year-long global catastrophe. From Politico.com, global cooling startup raises $60 million to test sun-reflecting technology. There must be so many Matrix minion controllers behind closed doors laughing it up, pretending that this is something they could, might do someday, when anybody that's not clinically blind can see this going on in our skies, raging in our skies. Next, from the canary.co.uk, U.S.-Israeli startup plan to block sun with airborne chemicals. The report then states, quote, listen carefully, if deployed at scale, geoengineering technologies would likely cause a range of harmful impacts, including changes in precipitation, uneven cooling and heating, and oxygen depletion, as well as degradation.
Quick shout out, greetings. Everybody give a warm welcome to Elia. Elia's in the house. Haven't seen you here before, but greetings and salutations. Much love. Appreciate you being here.
Nutrient cycling, weaken the ozone layer, actually decimating it. It's near functional collapse now, and disrupt food webs with significant deleterious impacts on biodiversity and human well-being globally. End excerpt from this U.S.-Israeli startup plan on geoengineering. Wow, that sounds bad. Exactly like everything that has been unfolding and accelerating for decades, since immediately after World War II, when these programs were deployed at scale over the polar regions, ramped up ever since. This is a climate engineering Manhattan Project in our skies, and nearly the whole of populations and, of course, the controllers are pretending it's not really there. We're not really seeing what we're seeing. Absolutely mind-numbing. We're all drowning in a rapidly rising sea of pathological delusion, deception, and denial on a soon-to-be-dead planet if we remain on the current course. Here's more. From the Union of Concerned Scientists.
Another quick pause. I'm not sure if I have yet, but shout out to Plain and Simple if I had missed you there. Much love. Everybody give a warm welcome, greetings, and much love to Plain and Simple. Appreciate you being here.
Scientists, another report, inside the IPCC meeting in Lima, Peru, global climate science still matters, they say. Follow me through with this criminal climate engineering cover-up. From the report, the meeting comes at a...
Another pause. I just thought about something. This isn't the Deming, because he did a special where it was like one of his. He does a show like once every other week or something, and apparently this is one of the newer ones because he's obviously talking about Jamaica and stuff, which is awesome. I'm glad that we're watching this, but he does do one called The Deming. If you guys haven't seen Dane Wigington before, it's highly recommended. He's probably the leader when it comes to exposing the chemtrails itself.
Pivotal moment for the international climate collaboration and just before the UN COP30 conference in Brazil. Stop there for a moment. For the record, the COP conferences are more smoke and mirrors, forcing countries behind closed doors to actively or passively participate in geoengineering operations. The Concerned Scientists report then continues, bringing together thousands of scientists, economists, engineers, and policymakers. The IPCC, that's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, again, largest scientific panel ever created on any subject in human history. Massive deception from that group, synthesizes the best available science and makes it usable for decision makers worldwide. Stop again. Sure they do. Quote, best available science. Translation, all the legions of cowards just mentioned actually represent the core of the greatest cover-up in human history, the cover-up of the climate engineering, weather, chemical, and biological elephant in our skies. More from the Union of Concerned Scientists report. After months of defending science, the IPCC, again, largest scientific panel in human history on any subject, settled years ago. It's a relief to be in a room, they say, of experts focused on advancing, not undermining the evidence. They then say international cooperation can continue to hold the line against disinformation. Wait, what? Holding the line against disinformation? No. These paid liars are towing the line for disinformation, the climate engineering official denial kind. So, am I in any way stating that the IPCC's climate predictions are also wrong? Yes, in fact, they are wrong, but in the opposite direction of what so many pathological deniers claim.
Some of the smaller particles in here
to believe. What we actually face is exponentially worse than, quote, climate change. We face an abrupt climate collapse scenario that is already entering advanced stages, with climate engineering further fueling the process on top of 1,000 other forms of human-caused damage to the planet. Anyone that denies how horrifically our species, taken as a whole, has treated this once thriving planet is living in a very dark place. The human race has been a horrific steward of planet Earth. The current paradigm is...
Quick pause, shout out, everybody give a warm welcome, greetings. Rod Da Silva. Rod Da Silva. Much love, man. We appreciate you being here. Everybody give a warm welcome. Salutations, my friend.
And always has been a path to mathematically certain planetary omnicide. Time to change course or die soon. Moving on from SciTechDaily.com, more deception. Why dimming the sun might be the most dangerous climate fix yet. They say a new study shows that stratospheric aerosol injection, you know, the jets flying around in our skies, spewing their toxic nanoparticles everywhere, that we're taught and trained and expected to believe is just, quote, condensation. Who could buy that at this point? Who could really buy that? Grid patterns in the sky one day, nothing the next, planes flying in all sorts of trajectories that have nothing to do with commercial air corridors, turning dispersions on and off. What does it take for people to use their God-given sense of reason? Stratospheric aerosol injection, that's what the SciTech Daily article refers to, so let's stop there. No, again, not could, may, might, already has, and it will get far worse from here on out. For the record,
another quick pause, shout out to Yahuwah Savior's in the house. Much love, Yahuwah Savior. Everybody give a greetings, warm welcomes, my friend. Salutations, much love.
Climate engineering everything isn't about some planet-saving benevolent endeavor. It's about covert power and control, nothing less. Again, in spite of all major weather monitoring agencies predicting a far above average hurricane season to impact the continental U.S., only a fraction of the predicted hurricanes actually developed, and every one was deflected away from the U.S. along a very similar trajectory. Just coincidence? Again, let's ask ourselves, are the powers that shouldn't be in the U.S. actually behaving benevolently, or trying to avoid further manipulated climate catastrophes that would only accelerate the American public's awareness of ongoing climate engineering operations? But they won't be able to keep the lid on the boiling pot for long, as all over the globe, climate catastrophe is unfolding everywhere. For anybody who bothers to look at what we are not told, systematically not told on any matrix media platform. This week I testified as an expert witness for Wyoming legislators for a bill to ban geoengineering operations. The last update I received from Wyoming this week is that the bill may pass, though it has been watered down. There was another bill on the Wyoming legislative agenda to stop localized cloud seeding. I provided input on this also. Any form of atmospheric environmental modification is toxic, atmospheric, damaging folly. It's a form of weather warfare. It's only a matter of scale. Again, the localized cloud seeding operation.
Yeah, I got you, Yahuwah. I noticed that you're Rod Silva also, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, and Titus. My bad, man. I'll get it sooner or later, but greetings, man. Double time.
Operations are meaningless against the backdrop of global climate engineering.
So this was funny. He was talking about he trying to pass legislation in Cheyenne or Wyoming, which is interesting because I'm in Wyoming and I haven't heard of it or anything, but it's definitely close to home.
Engineering operations. The comparison, as I've stated before, an ant to an elephant. An individual named Augustus Dorico, the 25-year-old CEO of cloud seeding company Rainmaker, and apparent friend of Peter Thiel and Bill Clinton, also gave testimony to promote what he does, which he compared at one point to doing God's work. During his testimony, Dorico claimed that he had tried to reach me many times without success. His claims are an absolute lie. Neither I nor geoengineeringwatch.org has ever received a single communication from this individual. Not that we would have anything to say to him anyway. Back to what we collectively face, which will continue to worsen at blinding speed in the coming weeks and months. Record warmth to return to most of the U.S. following the most recent engineered chemical surface cool-down operations. Search the engineering winter section on the homepage of geoengineeringwatch.org to learn so much more on this subject. Engineered snowstorms. It's not nature that caused the January 21st of this year. Remember that date, how critical that is to the bigger picture. The blizzard in New Orleans, blizzards along the Gulf Coast, blizzards in Florida, while it was above freezing and raining in much of the polar regions, Alaska, Greenland, Iceland, Siberia, above freezing and raining while there's a blizzard in New Orleans and Florida. So, chemical temperature whiplash cooldowns followed by ionosphere heater-induced jet stream manipulating high-pressure heat domes, weather and temperature whack-a-mole, the chemical and frequency transmission kind. More headlines, and keep in mind, devastating droughts and deadly deluges are hallmarks of climate engineering operations, the crown jewel weapon of the controllers. Devastate populations and their food production, then blame nature. From the UK Independent, slow-moving storm dumps as much rain as hurricane in parts of central Florida. Intense storms that stalled over the central Florida region unleashed nearly 20 inches of rain in 24 hours. Question: is the oil drilling infrastructure in the record-warm Gulf of Mexico still somehow completely immune to the formation of any storm whatsoever that could damage or slow down the drill baby drill operations? Yes, immune. Like a magic force field, the oil infrastructure is always spared. From France24.com, Vietnam City sets national record with 1.7 meters of rain in 24 hours. Stop and think about that. That's about 5 feet plus of rain, 60-something inches of rain in 24 hours. The central Vietnamese city recorded more than a meter of rain, again, closer to 2, in a 24-hour period, smashing a national record set over 2 decades ago, the Environment Ministry said Tuesday of this week. Yes, devastating drought, deadly deluges, hallmark of climate intervention operations, completely disrupted and derailed hydrological cycle, toxic rain, all of it's toxic. Not my opinion. peer-reviewed science study, proven there's not an uncontaminated drop of rain on planet Earth. I wonder why. And it's not just climate engineering. I want to make that clear. Again, we've been horrific stewards of the planet. Thousands and thousands of chemicals, the incineration of something in the order of well over 100 million tons of carbon fuel a day. It's absolute insanity. And people think this can continue? They're raving mad. Next, this, and this is important, about Bill Gates. This is from the Epoch Times and many other sources. Tech billionaire Bill Gates' recent blog post stating that the doomsday view of environmental and social catastrophe from global warming is wrong. The statement from Gates appears to mark a significant shift in the debate over climate change. Stop. Really? Because Bill Gates follows his orders to calm the herd with pacifying lies, the entire debate of what's happening around us is somehow changed? Gates goes on to say that it will not lead to humanity's demise, quote unquote. Here's a question. Has Bill Gates ever told the truth about anything that matters most? Let's start with this. Has Gates ever, even once, mentioned the ongoing and accelerating climate engineering operations that are raging in our skies all over the world? Of course not. Only pretend geoengineering experiments to distract from the shockingly obvious reality in our skies. Has Bill Gates ever acknowledged the catastrophic harm that the pushing of his medical concoctions have caused all over the world? Obviously not. Yet when Gates suddenly, out of the blue, completely alters his former narrative about the state of the climate and the biosphere, parroting the current narrative of the most extreme loot, plunder, pillage, pollute, and poison administration ever, and that's saying a lot, how many will pretend that the new out-of-the-blue denial from Gates is some sort of irrefutable proof that there isn't anything wrong with the planet and the climate? It's all just a hoax, according to Gates, Trump, and their comic book character associates. Again, and I have no love for any president prior to this either. None. They are all puppets of the power structure, puppets of those who print the money. All the rest is a facade. It's not a red, blue, left, right, conservative, Democrat scenario. That's all orchestrated facade, divide and conquer. What will it take for more to figure that out? Again, the last U.S. president to actually draw a line in the sand with those in power, those who print the money, was JFK, and he did not live long after. Ponder that. Let's keep going. The bottom line. From the Independent Journal Review, Trump is grateful for Bill Gates' pivot, declares victory over climate change, quote, in headline. From that report, Gates critiqued the climate alarmist view on Tuesday, writing that there's a doomsday view of climate change that goes like this. In a few decades, no, we don't have a few decades. We would be lucky to have a few years if we stay on the current course. Cataclysmic climate change will decimate civilization. That's from the report. Fortunately, Gates says, for all of us, this view is wrong, end quote. Trump has been an outspoken critic of climate change policy, and in front of the United Nations General Assembly in September, called it the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world. Keep that quote in mind as we move into the coming weeks and months. And keep looking up, because this administration, like all those before it, would have us believe that what we are seeing in our skies is also a con job, a condensation trail scenario, right? Greatest deception ever perpetrated on populations. Same characters pushing this narrative now as it has always been. Yes, all just a hoax because Bill and Donald say so. Here's a tweet from Trump. Quote, "We just won the war on the climate change hoax. Bill Gates has finally admitted that he was completely wrong on the issue. It took courage to do so, and for that we are all grateful. MAGA, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point." That's from Donald Trump. Let's continue with this. Gates further stated, "So I urge that the community at COP30, again, global climate conferences where they don't do anything but force countries to actively or passively participate in climate engineering behind closed doors." He says at COP30 and beyond to make strategic pivots, prioritizing the things that have the greatest impact on human welfare. Gates wrote this on Tuesday. Continued, unfortunately, the doomsday outlook is causing much of the climate community to focus too much on near-term emissions goals, and it's diverting resources from the most active things we should be doing to improve life on a warming planet. Please stay with me as I try to put all of this into context, because all of it's truly mind-numbing. Anyone that's still clinging to the delusion that this administration or any other is going to do anything but continue ramping up the weather warfare, please wake the hell up. What did former carbon fuel industry executive Chris Wright have to say? He's the Department of Energy Secretary, and he also reacted on X Wednesday of this week, thanking Trump and Gates for, quote, helping to bring the conversation back to common sense. Wright has consistently said climate change is a real issue, though he argues energy poverty poses a greater threat to humanity. Really? So as long as we have enough oil and air conditioners, everything will be great. We just need more oil. Again, more air conditioners, bullets, bombs, ballrooms, and bunkers. The bunkers below the ballroom. I'll get to that shortly. You'll like that. So in summary, insect populations down 80 to 90% globally, terrestrial and aquatic. Global pelagic fish populations down 90+% globally. That's the ocean, food fish. Plankton down 90% in the Atlantic. The rest of the ocean's not far behind. No plankton, no people. Global wildlife populations down 75% in the last 40 years, and that's 75% from an already greatly depleted population. Trees have declined over 60%, I think about 67% since the dawn of civilization. The remaining forests are dying and incinerating by the day. The ozone layer is nearing functional collapse. UVC is now reaching the surface. That's an existential threat in and of itself. Climate engineering greatest causal factor with the destruction of the ozone layer, by the way. Weather chaos wreaking havoc around the world. Virtually the entire biosphere is now ubiquitously polluted with countless chemicals and climate engineering fallout. Dozens of countries are descending into chaos by the day. Tens of millions are starving, soon to be hundreds of millions, and then billions. I could go on and on, but you get the point. Nothing is fine. We don't have decades. We don't have years. Not on this course. Gates is the lowest form of human being. Do we dare even consider how much mortality he has already been a party to around the world? But how many will glob onto the Gates deception in order to fortify their own pathological denial? Again, no U.S. hurricanes for the entire season of what was predicted to be a record-breaking year of hurricanes in the U.S., and rare earth mineral-rich Jamaica gets the home run hurricane of the year. From Bill Gates to Joe Rogan and countless other morally bankrupt matrix minions in between, all towing the line for the money printers, denying the climate engineering elephant in the sky while doing their individual part to feed the pathological denial of the majority population that desperately wants to be lied to, that desperately wants to be told that everything's fine. Nothing to see here. Move along. Bottom line. Again, how many will gulp down the Bill Gates scripted denial of extreme planetary damage because it fortifies their pathological denial? The same Bill Gates that has lied for decades about so-called safe and effective medical treatments that are anything but. The Bill Gates programs around the world that pushed the not so safe and effective treatments and have left a wake of misery and carnage. The same Bill Gates that has and continues to fund the release of genetically modified mosquitoes in countless regions. On that note, this new headline from phys.org. Ecologists report spread of disease-carrying mosquitoes and their hybrids in North America, spreading rapidly. Let's add this from sfgate.com. That's a California publication. Dangerous invasive species continue to spread in the Bay Area. The report then states officials are urging people to heed caution after an invasive species of aggressive day-biting mosquitoes have continued to spread in the Bay Area, spanning no longer than a quarter of an inch and distinguished by the white markings on their legs. These mosquitoes are capable of spreading diseases to people like yellow fever. There's a list here of diseases. I'm sure there's many more. I'm not going to go into that, but bottom line is we don't have any idea what they're spreading. They're saying that people are at increasing risk as the insects lay their eggs in flower pots and pet bowls, and their populations continue to grow.
Quick shout out, everybody. Give a warm welcome. Billy Labadie is in the freaking house. Much love, greetings, salutations. Billy Labadie.
The species of mosquito has turned up in at least 27 counties across California. It's everywhere now. And for those that think this is impossible, that our government would not use insects as a form of biological warfare, think again. It's historical fact. Take the time to read Lab 257 about Deer Island, ticks that spread Lyme disease now and causing untold misery to countless individuals, read that extremely well-researched book and then rethink your conclusions. This is business as usual. So, Bill, this question. Why would any rational, still mentally functioning person buy your most recent lie of public pacification till the moment of impact? Your claim that you were wrong all along, that there is nothing wrong with the atmosphere, the climate, or the environment, nothing to see here. Move along. And of course, never a single mention of the weather, chemical, and biological warfare raging in our skies and now in the ground, for the reasons I just cited and others. Here's a quick Maha footnote, Making America Healthy Again from ProPublica.com. Quote, is your medication made in a contaminated factory? Question mark. The FDA, the current FDA, won't tell you. That's the headline. Here's from the report. The agency's decision to conceal drug names on inspection reports has prevented doctors, pharmacists, and patients from knowing whether medications are being made overseas in tainted manufacturing facilities that could make them ineffective or unsafe. Not going to tell you. Across the board, any way of finding information on climate engineering, or chemicals being spread, or all of it's being gutted. And that's making America healthy again and making America great again? Really? Remember those mantras for all those that are clinging to that kind of propaganda. And again, this is not advocating for any former administration. Biden didn't know what planet he was on. Kamala Harris is mentally unfit for any post in any government, anything. It's not about that. It's about reality. People need to let go of their programmed dogma and their cult-like behavior and look at the truth. Well, it can still make a difference. And that's not for much longer. You're listening to the weekly installment of Global Alert News, the Bad News Broadcast, installment number 534. And yes, I'm very, very exhausted. I've never missed a week. I never leave my post ever. November 1st, 2025. This is Dane Wigington, your host. Global Alert News brought to you by geoengineeringwatch.org, the largest and most visited website in the world in the subject of climate intervention operations known as geoengineering. Global Alert News is aired on numerous AM and FM stations around the country. If any radio station near you is willing.
So yeah, I know for a lot of you as well as I, a lot of this Dane Wigington, it's hard to stomach, you know, it just leaves a really bad taste in your mouth, and it is a lot of gloom and doom because, you know, this guy, he's a straight shooter and he doesn't sugarcoat it, you know. He's he's telling you it's almost beyond repairable at this point, basically. But, you know, we could do a whole stream on this. You know, I think some other time I'm going to show, maybe we'll do a watch party on the dimming, which is just like a 2-hour special. But I think that one's really good because it does a better job of breaking down what they're finding in the chemtrails and all that stuff. But this is more just current stuff that he does on a bi-weekly or something like that. But either way, it's information and truth. You know, he's right up our alley. I highly doubt that he's claims to be a flat earther or anything of that degree. But, you know, you get the truth where you can, and it's not all going to come from one place. So a lot of these people that you can't even trust might be the expert in telling you the truth on something, you know. So that's what makes this journey very difficult, just because you can't trust anybody. But, you know, they sit there and mock you with the truth in your face all the time. So even the bad guys are giving you the information that you need to know because there's always truth in between, or, you know, a little bit of lies in the truth, or vice versa, depending on who and when you're talking about. But I'm going to go ahead and put on something else here because I don't know. I think that we could save some of this engineering. So I think it is an existential threat. So it is imperative to be aware of this crap, because the chemtrails, and along with your food and the water and the air, or just the water, food, and air in general, is existential threat to humanity. You know, if they control the weather, they control the world. You know, he who controls the weather controls the world. And he even says that at the beginning, that whole announcement or whatever. I can't remember what famous person said that, but I think it was a president or some shit. Once again, truth coming out of the liars, because there's never been a president that was on our side, regardless of what they said or told you or acted like. They're all just wings of the same birds. And you don't have to take my word for it. It comes with wisdom, and the longevity of searching for truth will the truth will surface. And some of us are just at different points in the journey of enlightenment. So it's important. You laughing about Sam? Oh, Flat Earth Reconnaissance? Man, we were just talking all kinds of mad shit about you, Harmon. Where you been, man? Guy isn't even here often enough to have a wrench. You're slacking, Harmon. I appreciate you being here, though. Everybody give a warm welcome. Harmon is in the freaking house. Much love, Harmon. We were talking about your butt buddy, Dave Weiss, earlier. I got to give Harmon a especially hard time more than anybody, just because, certain relationships are handled differently. And, Harmon's got tough skin, and I'm well aware of that. So I like to poke at him a little bit more than I would normally to most people. And I expect it in return. So it's all fair games, Harmon. I'm going to give you, well, that's fair. What am I talking about? That's Sam. I'm over here rambling about Harmon, and it's Sam that's in the house. Much love, Sam. I appreciate you being here, Sam. Talking out my ass over here about Harmon, and he ain't even here. Hence why I'm talking shit about him. Yeah, thanks, Harmon. But nah, everybody give a warm welcome. I'm sure you already did since I was slacking. But much love to Sam. I'd like to get with Sam at some point and talk with him about the flag that he represents. I know that a lot of us have a problem with the flag behind him a lot of the times, and I hope you're listening, Sam, because I'm not here to talk shit. I'm just here to be a straight shooter, man. And I'm going to tell you first and foremost, I've always been a patriot, but unfortunately, you pledge to the flag that you're offered. If you're born an American, and you'll fight and die for America because it's so great. And it goes with any country. You want to be proud and a patriot of where you're from and your religion or whatever the case may be. But at the end of the day, we know for a fact that there is no independence of countries. They're all a one world order under the same rule of thumb. Okay, so to support a flag like Israel or America, I don't give a shit if you were supporting an American flag. My shit was decked out with flags. I would literally 10 years ago have died for this country. But unfortunately, we send our children to fight for the enemy. They're all the enemy. There is no country that is better than the next one. They're all in the same boat, as are we. We're just the slaves, and they're in the club, and we're not in the club. So I just hope that you're listening, Sam, and we can maybe converse about it even more at some other point. But I hope you just know where we're coming from, because it's insulting to us to sit there and look at that flag, or any flag for that matter. And it just feels like you're behind, when it comes to understanding, backing any country, man. It just, to me, it's disgusting. And take it or leave it, brother. We love you regardless. I just try to simplify things to where we're not having hatred for, reasons that we don't need, really, that could be avoided, because we're going to get a lot of hate. We're going to have a lot of arguments, and we have a lot of division already at work. So we just don't need to be adding division by supporting some fucking stupid country behind you. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I don't give a fuck if it was America, Mexico, UK. I don't give a shit, especially the Jews, okay? Just as well as us, we're conspiracy theorists, and all roads lead to Rome. We understand the Jews are better than everybody, and everybody else is just goyim. So it hurts us, man. And I love you, man. I love everything you've done, and I respect you, and I don't want to have any animosity for a misunderstanding where we should have been in the first place. So I truly hope you understand, Sam, and I appreciate you, man. Awakened Nemesis is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome. Awakened Nemesis. Salutations, greetings. Appreciate you being here, brother. We're going to throw on. We're going to skip a beat here a little bit. We're going to play some Wigington on another date, because I think that it does need to be highlighted. And as much as it's toxic, like it's very negative when you hear the truth, a lot of times. I mean, more sometimes than others, certain topics. And that freaking chemtrails, I'll stand by it. It is an existential threat, and it is very, very, it's not easy to swallow. It's a hard pill to swallow, and it needs to be highlighted more. It needs to be talked about more than we talk about it, in my opinion. you know. But hopefully, you know, we'll spend another time on that. I'm gonna put on a video. This guy I found, it seems kind of strange. This guy, he's got his own brand new channel. He's got like 4 subscribers when I first found him, but I think it's something factitious going on because it's all like AI basically. But you could tell that the information is it's good information. You know, a lot of that AI is, even though it's hard to listen to depending on what the voice sounds like, in my opinion. But this guy, I told him I liked his channel and his chat, and I subbed to him. And next thing you know, I had somebody telling me that that guy already died, and this guy's hacked this guy's account, and he's using him for clout and, I don't know, trying to make some money off him or something. But either way, I just thought I'd throw that out there. The name of this is called The Entertainment Prison and How Comfort Controls You. So I'm sure we could all relate and understand to this. So I'm going to go ahead and throw this on without further ado.
Waking up is supposed to feel good. That it's some kind of spiritual spa day. You stretch, you smile, you suddenly understand everything, and birds start singing your name. What a joke. Waking up hurts. It's not enlightenment, it's whiplash. It's that moment when the lights come on after a long night and you realize the party wasn't fun, it was just loud. The first stage of awareness isn't peace, it's nausea. You look around and see the cracks in everything you thought was real. Your beliefs, your heroes, your ambitions, they all start to look like props in a badly written play. See, when you start to see clearly, the world doesn't suddenly make sense. It suddenly doesn't. The things that used to hold it together, money, success, religion, politics, they stop working as glue. You start noticing how every story you were told was designed to keep you comfortable, not conscious. And when that comfort...
Quick shout out. Apparently, Lock Smart is in the house. We want to give a warm welcome. Greetings, Lock Smart. I appreciate you being here, fam, and much love.
dissolves, what's left isn't clarity, it's chaos. You start asking questions that don't have good answers, and for the first time in your life, you stop mistaking certainty for truth. That's the shock of waking up. It's not illumination, it's demolition. And the strangest part is that the more awake you get, the more alien you feel. You can't unsee it once you've seen it. The conversations that used to excite you now sound rehearsed. The optimism of others feels like denial. You start to...
Another quick pause shout out. We got Lev Kung Fu is in the house. The one, the only, the master welcomes and greeting Lev Kung Fu Shaolin.
Wonder if you're the crazy one, or if the whole world's drunk on comfort and you're just sober too early. That's a lonely place to be, and that's why most people roll over and go back to sleep. They call it staying positive. I call it self-anesthesia. When I first started studying philosophy, I thought it would give me answers. I thought it would help me understand the world. Turns out, philosophy's real gift is the opposite. It helps you understand how little sense any of this makes. That's not despair, that's liberation. Once you stop demanding that life makes sense, you can start living it honestly. Consciousness isn't comfort, it's confrontation. It's standing in the rubble of your illusions and refusing to rebuild the same walls. But I'll tell you something nobody warned you about. Awareness comes with grief. You mourn the person you were when you still believed. You miss the simplicity of ignorance, that dumb, glowing certainty that everything was basically fine. You start to see the cost of your own clarity, and it's heavy. But there's also beauty in it, the kind of raw, unscripted beauty that can only exist once the fake lights go out. You start to notice the small, real things again. A face, a sound, a breath. Things that don't ask to be believed in. They just are. So if you feel lost right now, if you feel like you don't fit into the world anymore good, that means you're awake. You're not broken. You're just done pretending. The dizziness, the confusion, the emptiness, that's what truth feels like at first. It's not a destination, it's a disturbance. And maybe that's all enlightenment ever was. Not peace, but presence. Not light that blinds, but sight that burns. You're not lost. You're just finally seeing where you've been all along. You know that feeling when you're the only sober person at the party? Everyone's laughing too loud, the music's too bright, the jokes don't land, and you're just standing there holding a drink you don't even want, wondering when exactly the fun turned into noise. That's what waking up feels like. It's not peace, it's isolation. You start to see through things, not with some mystical third eye, but with your own damn eyes. And once you see, you can't unsee. The illusions don't fit anymore. The world keeps dancing, and you're the one who stopped hearing the tune. It starts small. The commercials that used to make you smile now look like parodies. The small talk feels rehearsed, mechanical. Every "how are you" sounds like a transaction. You catch yourself watching people scrolling, laughing, consuming like they're in a trance. And the cruel part is, you can't even blame them because you remember how good that sleep felt. The comfort of not questioning anything, the soft anesthesia of belonging. But now, every billboard screams manipulation. Every slogan tastes like sugar on poison, and you can't go back to ignorance. Seeing clearly feels like exile from the only country you ever knew. The irony is that awareness doesn't make you superior, it makes you lonely. You lose your citizenship in the land of easy answers. You try to talk about what you're feeling, but people look at you like you're the problem. Don't be so negative, they say. You think too much. They're not wrong, thinking too much does hurt. But not thinking at all, that's death by comfort. So you keep quiet. You nod through conversations that used to interest you, fake your enthusiasm, laugh at things you don't find funny, not out of hypocrisy, but mercy. You don't want to ruin anyone's dream, but inside you're screaming in a dialect no one else remembers. And the silence, that's the worst part, the quiet that follows when the noise of illusion fades. It's not the silence of peace, it's the silence of being unseen. You look around and realize that most of what we call connection is performance. People perform their happiness, their confidence, their opinions, and you used to applaud. Now you see the machinery behind it, the desperation, the fear of disappearing. You start craving something raw, unfiltered, a real conversation, an unedited thought. But the world runs on curation, and you're bad for business. Awareness doesn't trend. But maybe loneliness isn't a punishment. Maybe it's a sign. You've stepped outside the script. Rilke said, "You must love your solitude if you're to hear what the world whispers in your heart." That's not poetic fluff, it's survival advice. Solitude is the detox from noise. When you stop feeding on the collective dream, the hunger hits hard, but it's the hunger for something real. You start learning to sit with the emptiness, to listen without needing distraction, to feel without needing validation. That's where freedom starts, not with joy, but with the courage to face your own aloneness. And I'll admit it, it's hard. Some nights, the clarity feels like a curse. You watch people laughing, sleeping, loving their illusions, and you envy them. You wish you could go back, but you can't. You've seen the strings on the puppets, and the spell is broken. Still, somewhere under the loneliness, there's a quiet pride. A sense that even if you're walking alone, at least you're walking awake. And that, my friend, is worth every empty night. Because you're not crazy. You're just awake in a world still dreaming. You know, nobody tells you how violent truth can be. Everyone sells you awakening like it's a yoga retreat, calm, radiant, full of soft music and enlightenment candles. But when old illusions die, they don't bow out gracefully. They scream, they fight, they tear at you as they go. The career ladder, the success story, the spiritual slogans, all those shiny myths you were taught to chase, they collapse like cheap scenery in a bad play. And when the dust settles, you're standing there, surrounded by the wreckage of your own beliefs. That's not serenity, that's grief. The thing about meaning is that it dies hard. You don't just wake up one morning and say, well, capitalism was a lie, time for brunch. No, you resist it. You cling to the comfort of old ideas that work equals worth, that success equals virtue, that happiness is proof you're doing life. Right. You keep patching the cracks in the story because the alternative is too terrifying. The possibility that there is no story. That life isn't a straight line towards something, but a chaotic loop of small, unprofitable moments. You start to see that every system you trusted, economic, religious, even romantic, was built to keep you chasing, never arriving. When that realization hits, it's like your whole life unravels in slow motion. You feel hollow, like a set built around a missing actor. The world loses its script. You lose your role. But here's the thing, that emptiness you feel isn't the absence of meaning. It's the clearing where real meaning could finally grow. The philosopher Nietzsche called it the death of God, but what he really meant was the death of certainty. When the old gods fall, when the old slogans stop working, you're left with an unbearable freedom. It's not pretty. It's not peaceful. It's raw. It's real. And that's when the marketers come for you, the self-help gurus, the motivational preachers, the spiritual influencers. They show up like vultures over the corpse of your old beliefs. Here, they say, try our meaning. Manifest your best self. Align your chakras. Subscribe to our newsletter. They sell new illusions before you've had time to bury the old ones, because they know the truth is unbearable in its pure state. We'd rather be comforted by a lie than exposed by reality. But, Roderick, the part of me that still believes in philosophy says you've got to let the illusions die all the way. Don't resuscitate them with better lighting. Sit in the ruins until you can tell the difference between what's false and what's alive. It's strange, though, when you finally stop running from that emptiness, it stops feeling like a void. It starts feeling like space. Space to breathe, to think, to live without a script. You begin to see meaning not as something handed to you, but as something you make moment by moment without guarantees. It's not grand, but it's honest. A conversation with a friend, the sound of rain, a moment of kindness that doesn't trend anywhere. Small, unmarketable, human. And I'll tell you, I still miss the comfort of the old lies sometimes. They were warm, familiar, seductive. But every time I try to crawl back to them, they feel thinner, hollower. I can't unlearn what I've seen. The death of old meaning is brutal, but it's sacred, because it leaves you with the only thing that's ever been real, your own bare, unfiltered consciousness. It's not much, but it's yours. And maybe that's enough to start again. Hope. What a beautiful, dangerous word. The modern world sells it like perfume, sweet, intoxicating, and completely artificial. Every commercial, every TED Talk, every politician's grin whispers the same line: stay hopeful. Hope has become a product, a psychological sedative disguised as optimism. It's going to be okay, they tell you. Just stay positive. And you nod, because it's easier than admitting you don't believe them anymore. But deep down, you know, things might not be okay. Maybe they never were. When I was younger, I thought hope was noble. It was the fuel for revolutions, the spark in art, the reason people kept going. But somewhere along the way, hope got domesticated. It stopped being rebellion and became reassurance. It turned from a fire into a lullaby. Everything will work out. There's a plan. That's not hope. That's denial with better PR. Because sometimes things don't work out. Sometimes they fall apart and stay that way. And to insist otherwise isn't courage, it's cowardice wrapped in good intentions. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not preaching despair. Despair is just another addiction. It flatters you into thinking your misery is profound. What I'm talking about is learning to see without hope, to face the world without demanding it make you feel good, to stop needing the universe to send you a postcard of reassurance, because real vision isn't a comfort, it's a confrontation. It means looking at the chaos and saying, all right, this is it, this is what we've got. No promises, no happy endings, just reality, raw, unfinished, and indifferent. It's funny, people hear that and think it's bleak, but it's the opposite.
Quick pause and an address 16 Alpha. Yeah, man, I know you've been saying that for quite a while, dude, that we're doomed. And, you know, I know you're careful because you don't want to be too negative, and I feel you, brother, and I respect and appreciate every comment you've ever made, brother, regardless of how negative. You know, it's not, you know, the truth comes with what it comes with, you know. Not all truth is going to be sunshine and Skittles and rainbows, you know. So it's important to understand that we are in a doomed situation, to, you know, but how we handle it, you know, we're going to laugh our way through the end, brother. You know, we're gonna enlighten ourselves and, you know, be happy as possible. And if we got to fake it to make it, you know, with our you know, it's a spiritual battle anyway, man, and they can't take that from you. And You know, we're going to be happy. I don't know, just being together is so heartwarming, and it's a gift, man. And I just try to appreciate everything that is positive. And, you know, even though a lot of negativity comes with everything we're doing, there's always you know, the opposite, the duality, the yin and the yang, baby. And even if this is the end of times, I'm okay with it, man. I'm just grateful to have you guys with us and with me and be with y'all. And, you know, I'm just can't express it, that how grateful I am to be here, you know, with you guys, man. You know, we can all be doomed together and laugh our way on the way out.
Once you stop clinging to hope, you start to breathe again. You stop waiting for meaning to arrive and begin to notice what's right in front of you. The taste of coffee, the sound of rain, the fact that you're still here, still capable of wonder, even without guarantees. When you give up on the idea that the world owes you a happy ending, life stops feeling like a test. You stop grading yourself against an imaginary future and start inhabiting the present. Philosophy, at least the kind that matters.
I forgot. Pebs, you've all been here all night? I'm not sure, but I'm going to give a shout out to Pebbles. I'm not sure, but Shield Maiden in the house. Pebs, much love. We also got Skeptical One has just arrived. Everybody give a warm welcome and a friendly greeting. Salutations and much love, Skeptical One and Pebbles.
Matters isn't about fixing the world. It's about facing it. Camus understood this when he said, we must imagine Sisyphus happy not because his struggle has meaning, but because he accepts it. Seeing without hope doesn't make you numb. It makes you honest. It lets you love things not because they'll last, but because they exist. You learn to hold joy and pain in the same hand without flinching. You stop asking life to make sense, and in that surrender, you find a strange kind of grace. I'll be honest, it's not easy. There are nights when I still want to believe in a cosmic plan, when the chaos feels too sharp to touch. But then I remind myself, clarity isn't supposed to comfort you. It's supposed to wake you. To see the world as it is, brutal, beautiful, temporary, is to finally join it, not as a dreamer, but as a participant. So if you've lost your hope, don't panic. Maybe that's not the end of your story. Maybe that's the moment you started to see it clearly for the first time. You know, I used to think peace was something you achieved, like a medal for surviving the war of life. You meditate enough, read the right books, do the inner work, and one day, boom, enlightenment. But that's just another lie the market sold us. Peace isn't a prize. It's what's left when the noise finally burns out. When the illusions have collapsed and there's nothing left to sell you, that's when you start noticing the world, not the world you were promised, but the one that's been here the whole damn time. At first, it feels brutal. Seeing the real world after a lifetime of filters is like stepping out of a theater into harsh daylight. You squint. Everything looks too raw, too exposed. The magic's gone, and you think, is this it? No grand design, no cosmic justice, just people stumbling through existence, trying their best not to fall apart. It feels empty. But if you stay in that space long enough, if you resist the urge to run back to some comforting illusion, something begins to shift. The silence that once scared you starts to feel honest. You realize peace isn't the absence of struggle, it's the absence of pretending. We've spent so much of our lives performing being good citizens, loyal consumers, endlessly becoming, and when you stop doing that, there's a strange awkwardness, like an actor forgetting his lines mid-scene. You don't know what to do with yourself when there's no script, but that's where the real awakening begins. You start existing without the constant need to explain, justify, or optimize yourself. You stop asking, am I enough? Because enough for what? Enough for whom? The system that trained you to measure your worth is gone. What's left is quiet, terrifying, liberating, quiet. And in that quiet, you start to notice beauty again. Not the kind you post, not the kind that earns applause, but the kind that simply exists. A crooked tree on the side of the road. A stranger's tired smile, the sound of your own breath, unedited, unbranded. The world doesn't need your performance. It never did. It just needed you to show up without the costume, to see it fragile, unjust, beautiful, fleeting, and still say yes. I think that's what peace really is. Not optimism, not happiness, just the ability to look at the mess without flinching, to love things knowing they'll end, to forgive the world for not being what you wanted and yourself for wanting too much. It's not about rising above it all. It's about finally standing in it ankle deep in the real and realizing you don't need to fix it to belong to it. I won't pretend it's easy. Some days, I still miss the old illusions, the big meanings, the tidy narratives. They were comforting lies, and I was a willing believer. But I've learned that truth, even when it's bare and cold, has a strange warmth to it. It doesn't seduce you, it stays. It doesn't promise anything, it just lets you breathe. So no, you're not lost. You've just stepped outside the story they sold you. You've walked off the stage, dropped the mask, and now you're standing in the real world blinking, raw, alive. And if you listen closely, in the quiet that follows, you'll hear it not applause, not answers, but the faint, steady rhythm of being. That's peace. That's enough.
This is what I look like, huh? I look like fucking Edward Scissor.
Yeah, that's pretty deep. You know, it hits home with me, and I'm sure it hits home with a lot of you guys as well. I'll drop the link. I'm gonna go ahead and play another one of his. I actually meant to play the other one because I like the other one just as much, but we're gonna go right into that. I will drop this link again. And like I said, this guy's new. He's only got like 4 subs. Let's see. It's actually this one. Let's see. He's got 15 subscribers now. And I was told, because when I first found him in my algorithm, he only had like 3 subscribers. But the information that, you know, he's just too good to have that many subscribers, like 3 subscribers. So I felt he just started it or whatever. But like I said, I commented it and he answered me, just giving me hearts or whatever on every comment. And I asked him if it was his first channel or whatever, because it didn't feel right. And somebody got back with me saying that this guy died already and somebody's just stealing his identity. So I don't know if that's true or not, but that's where we are. But I will drop that link here. And without further ado, we're going to go right into this next one. How you were programmed to love your own chains is the title of this one.
I used to think I was a free man. Then I started teaching philosophy, and that's when the cruel joke hit me. We've all been trained to mistake obedience for freedom. When you were a kid, they didn't need to beat ideas into you. They built them around you. The school bell didn't just tell you when to learn. It taught you when to obey. You learned to stand in lines, to wait your turn, to raise your hand for permission to speak. That's not education, that's conditioning. And the beauty of it is, by the time you're old enough to question it, you don't want to, you call it discipline or work ethic or whatever word makes it sound noble. But what it really is training. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there's some guy in a smoke-filled room designing this whole mess. The system doesn't need a villain. It runs on autopilot, smooth, polite, efficient. The corporations need workers. The media needs viewers. The politicians need believers. So they all sing you the same lullaby. Be yourself. Follow your dreams. Trust the process. They don't tell you that the self you're supposed to be was sold to you in fragments, a hairstyle here, a phone there, a slogan that makes you feel special while you blend in with everyone else who bought the same lie. You see, real control doesn't come from the top down anymore. It's baked into the culture. You don't even notice it because it feels like choice. You pick your job from a list of jobs someone else invented. You pick your clothes from trends someone else approved. You post your opinions on platforms owned by billionaires who profit every time you think you're being authentic. And you call that expression, I call it beautiful, obedience, because you think you're free while doing exactly what you were trained to do. The irony is, we've been trained so well we even police ourselves. You feel guilty when you rest. You feel anxious when you disconnect. You feel worthless if you're not productive. That's not a natural state of being. That's the software of a system that measures your value by your output. You're not a person anymore. You're a performance review, a brand, a resume, and sneakers. And people ask me, Rick, are you saying freedom's impossible? No, I'm saying it's rare. Freedom's not some flag you wave or some quote you tweet under a sunset photo. Freedom is awareness. It's that uncomfortable moment when you realize your thoughts aren't entirely your own and you start clawing your way back to something real. But that's hard. That's lonely. Because once you start seeing the gears, you can't go back to believing in the magic trick. I remember a student once told me, Professor Roderick, I feel like everything I do is fake. I told him, congratulations. That's the beginning of philosophy, because you can't start thinking until you've stopped pretending. The problem is our culture doesn't reward that kind of honesty. It rewards noise, not thought. You can make $1 million selling comfort, but try selling self-awareness. People change the channel. They don't want to hear they're trapped, especially when the prison is decorated with flat screens and fast Wi-Fi. Some nights I look at this world and I think maybe obedience became the last shared religion. We don't pray anymore, we post. We don't confess, we update. We curate our sins, filter them, add a caption, and call it vulnerability. And deep down, we know it's hollow. But the system doesn't care if you're hollow, as long as you're consistent. Keep buying, keep scrolling, keep smiling. The machine doesn't need believers, it needs users. And I'll tell you something strange. Once you see how manufactured yourself really is, there's a temptation to despair. You start thinking, maybe there's nothing real left, but that's where philosophy saves you. Not with answers, God, no, but with the courage to stay in that discomfort, to live in the tension between what's fake and what might still be true. Because even if the system built the shell, the cracks are still yours. The cracks are where the light gets in, as that old line goes. Those cracks are your freedom, struggling to breathe. You see, I'm not against civilization. I'm against the hypnosis it sells as happiness. I'm against the smug comfort of people who think consumption equals meaning. The truth is, meaning hurts. It demands you stand naked before your own complicity. And if that sounds heavy, it should, because you can't build an authentic self without first tearing down the obedient one. Now, I don't have a 10-step plan for escaping the system. That's just another system. What I'm offering is much simpler. Start noticing. Notice how often your desires feel prefabricated. Notice how often you censor yourself before anyone else has to. Notice how much of your freedom depends on approval. And when you catch yourself in the act, don't panic, just breathe. That's the beginning of something like liberation. Because the truth is, we were all trained to behave, but no one trained us to be alive. That part you have to learn on your own, in the quiet, without the screens, without the applause. That's the hard work of being human in an obedient age. And if you're listening to this thinking, well, maybe he's exaggerating, good. Be skeptical. Argue with me. Philosophy should itch, not soothe. But when the noise dies down tonight, and it's just you and your reflection again, ask yourself one question: who built this person I'm pretending to be? And if the answer makes you uneasy, don't look away. That unease is your first honest feeling in a long time. That's where freedom begins. Not in rebellion for show, not in slogans or symbols, but in that private, trembling moment when you realize you were built to behave, and you whisper to yourself, not anymore. You know, I used to think the system wanted to scare us. Fear, punishment, control, the old school stuff. That was before I realized how lazy power's become. It doesn't need the whip anymore. It's got Netflix. It's got dopamine. It's got you scrolling at 2 in the morning, convincing yourself you're unwinding. Power figured out the greatest trick of all time. It learned how to entertain you into obedience. When I read Foucault in graduate school, I thought his stuff about surveillance and discipline was terrifying, all those watchtowers, the invisible gaze of authority. But Foucault died before Instagram. He never saw us build the perfect panopticon ourselves and love it. We record our own lives, tag our locations, perform our identities, and beg for the gaze. You don't need a big brother when you've got a front-facing camera. The system isn't a prison anymore, it's a playground. Only the swings are made of your own attention. Nietzsche saw this coming. in his way. He warned that modern man would trade God for comfort, truth for entertainment. He said we'd become the last men blinking, smiling, content with small pleasures. Look around. We've done it. We anesthetized ourselves with trivia, consumption, and curated outrage. The system doesn't suppress us, it stimulates us constantly. Every vibration in your pocket is a leash you volunteered to wear. I teach philosophy, which means I spend half my life watching young people fight to stay awake in a world designed to keep them sedated, and I don't blame them. Why wrestle with Nietzsche when TikTok will spoon-feed you the illusion of novelty every 6 seconds? Why face the void when the void has better lighting and background music? We used to fear that machines would enslave us. Turns out we were happy to hand them the keys, as long as they gave us something shiny to look at on the ride. Here's the dirty secret. The system doesn't even want your soul anymore. That's outdated tech. It wants your time, those tiny, monetizable fragments of attention. Every minute you spend scrolling is another coin in someone else's pocket. And the genius part, you think.
Quick pause and a shout out. One mind, one spirit's in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome. Appreciate you being here, fam.
You're choosing it. You think you're relaxing, staying informed, connecting. You call it freedom, I call it a very elegant form of captivity. When I say the system, I'm not talking about some conspiracy. There's no wizard behind the curtain. It's more like a mood, a cultural current that rewards distraction and punishes depth. You try to talk about meaning at a party and watch how fast the conversation changes to streaming shows or gadgets. It's not that people are stupid, it's that seriousness feels like bad manners now. The system made irony safer than sincerity. You can joke about anything as long as you don't believe in it. This is how pleasure became political. Every product promises to make you feel good, express yourself, escape the grind. But what you're escaping into is another loop of the same seduction. Your identity becomes your consumption, your rebellion becomes another trend, even dissent is a subscription service now. Buy the t-shirt, post the hashtag, call it activism. The system doesn't mind, it sells both the uniform and the rebellion. It's a perfect circle, a feedback loop of desire and distraction. You see, control used to be visible. Chains, rules, hierarchies, you could see your oppressor. Now it's invisible, wrapped in the language of choice and self-expression. You don't fight a tyrant anymore. You negotiate with an algorithm. You refresh, hoping it'll show you something new, something real, something that feels like you. But all it shows you is yourself, the data version, the marketable echo. It keeps feeding you what you already liked until your world shrinks into a hall of mirrors. And I know this sounds dramatic. Maybe you're thinking, Rick, it's just entertainment. What's the harm?
Quick pause and a big shout out. D-Man himself, the one, the only. The D-Man is in the freaking house. Salutations, much love, my brother.
Well, the harm is that when everything's entertainment, nothing matters. We've turned politics into a reality show, love into a transaction, education into content. Even tragedy gets edited for engagement. The system doesn't suppress tragedy, it monetizes it. You scroll past a famine, then an ad, then a meme, all flattened into the same digital wallpaper. Suffering doesn't shock us anymore, it just interrupts the feed. But here's the paradox. The more the system tries to please us, the emptier we feel. We chase stimulation because meaning has gone missing. We mistake constant input for connection, noise for purpose. And the cruelest part? We blame ourselves for feeling numb. Maybe I'm just burned out, we say. No, you're not burned out. You're overexposed. You've been overstimulated into silence. You don't need more pleasure. You need truth, and truth doesn't trend. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet, I imagine what silence must have felt like 100 years ago before the machine started whispering. A silence with weight, with room for thought. We've lost that. Now, even silence hums with Wi-Fi. And in that hum, we forget what it means to simply be. The system's greatest victory isn't that it distracts us, it's that we've learned to fear boredom more than meaninglessness. People often ask me, so what do we do, Rick? Smash our phones? Move to the woods? No, that's too easy. I'm not preaching purity, I'm preaching awareness. The only real rebellion left is attention. To look at the world, really look without the filters, without the algorithms telling you what to see. To reclaim the part of your mind that can still sit still, still feel, still ache for something real. Because power today doesn't need to break you, it just needs to keep you comfortable. It will wrap you in convenience, drown you in entertainment, and call it progress. You won't notice the cage because the door's made of glass and the inside's got good Wi-Fi. But if you can see the bars, if you can feel the quiet horror beneath the noise, then maybe, just maybe, you can start to live again. And listen, I'm not saying I've escaped it. I watch the same shows, check the same feeds, get lost in the same seductive fog. But sometimes, in the middle of all that noise, I remember to look up, to feel the absurdity of it, to laugh at my own obedience. That small laugh that's freedom's faint heartbeat. So if you're hearing this, don't switch off the world. Just notice it. Notice how power learned to smile, how it replaced the whip with a wink, how it doesn't silence you, it just keeps you entertained. And if that realization ever keeps you awake at night, sitting in the blue glow of another endless scroll, good. Stay awake a little longer. That's where freedom begins. Again, not by running away from the system, but by seeing exactly how beautifully it has seduced you and refusing, quietly, to fall asleep. You know, people like to think rebellion looks exciting, fists in the air, crowds in the streets, slogans echoing through the city. But I've seen real rebellion, and it's quieter. It happens in a room at 2 a.m. when a person finally stops repeating what they've been told and starts thinking. That's the moment the system starts to shake. Because a person who can think for themselves, really think, is someone you can't fully control. And that scares power more than a million loud opinions. We've been tricked into believing that thinking is just a mental hobby, something professors do between coffee breaks. But that's nonsense. Thinking, real thinking, is a form of war. It tears through illusions. It dismantles comfort. It threatens everything built on obedience. That's why people avoid it. It's painful. It's lonely. It's the opposite of entertainment. But it's also the only way left to resist a world that wants to keep you comfortable, distracted, and harmless. I've taught philosophy long enough to know that most students come into class looking for answers. They want to map some structure that'll make life less confusing. But philosophy isn't about maps. It's about setting fire to them. Socrates didn't hand out answers, he handed out headaches. He asked questions that corroded certainty. That's why they killed him. You start asking too many questions, and sooner or later, someone with authority will decide you've become a problem. And yet, that's where life begins, at the moment when you stop believing and start doubting. Thinking is dangerous because it threatens every cozy little story that keeps us obedient. You start wondering, why should I work myself to death for a job that doesn't care if I live or die? Why should I buy this thing I don't need? Why should I trust a culture that calls distraction freedom? And the minute you ask those questions, you're not asleep anymore. You've broken the spell. Foucault once said, power isn't just what represses you, it's what defines you, shapes your desires, teaches you how to speak. And philosophy, for me, is the art of speaking in a language power can't quite predict. It's the refusal to let the vocabulary of the system dictate the limits of your thought. Because once they've colonized your language, they've colonized your mind. And you can't fight for freedom using the words of your captors. But let me tell you something, honest thinking hurts. It hurts like pulling a splinter from your brain. You realize how many lies you've swallowed just to get through the day. You realize that most of what passes for common sense is just cultural programming with better marketing. And yet, that pain, that little shock of awareness is where freedom hides. Nietzsche said, we are not yet thinking. He was right. We spend our lives reacting, not reflecting. We drown in information, but starve for insight. We call it being informed, but what we really are is managed. Sometimes, when I'd lecture about critical theory, I'd see that flicker in a student's eyes, that moment of recognition, when the words stop being academic and start being personal. That's what philosophy should do. It should burn through the polite surface of things and hit you in the gut. Philosophy isn't about memorizing what dead men said. It's about realizing that they were trying to talk to you to pull you out of the trance of your own culture. And don't misunderstand me, I'm not glorifying misery. Thinking doesn't mean you have to become bitter or cynical. It means you take life seriously enough to stop lying to yourself. It means you refuse to confuse noise with meaning. In an age where everything's designed to keep you scrolling, zoning out, consuming, the act of sitting down, taking a breath, and asking why is revolutionary. There's a line from Adorno, he said, that the task of philosophy is not to fit into the world, but to resist it. That's what I believe, too. Philosophy should be uncomfortable. It should be impolite. It should make you question the things you love most, not to destroy them, but to love them truthfully. Real thinking is not safe because the truth isn't safe. But it's the only thing that can still wake us up from this endless carnival of distraction. I sometimes think about how history treats thinkers. We celebrate them long after we've silenced them. Jesus, Socrates, Marx, even Nietzsche, all punished in life, sanitized in death. Once a dangerous idea becomes a quote on a coffee mug, it's no longer a threat. The system is clever like that. It takes the language of rebellion and turns it into merchandise. That's why resistance has to stay alive, has to keep thinking, keep changing, keep refusing to be packaged. And yet, resistance doesn't have to look heroic. Sometimes it's as simple as refusing to look away, reading something difficult when everyone else wants easy answers, listening to silence when everyone else wants noise, being present when the world keeps begging you to drift. Thinking doesn't make you famous. It won't make you rich, but it'll make you real. If you ever want to know how deep the control runs, just watch how the world treats those who stop playing along. The thinker is mocked as pretentious, the skeptic is negative, the questioner is annoying. That's because the system depends on your compliance, not your consciousness. It's terrified of quiet people who are awake. And I'll confess something, even I get tired. I sit here, talking about resistance, and some nights I feel the same pull to tune out, to let it all wash over me. I'm not immune. None of us are. The system's seduction is too smooth. But then I remember why I started teaching in the first place. Not to pass on information, but to pass on discomfort. To remind people that thinking slow, painful, honest thinking is still possible, even now, especially now. So if you're listening, don't mistake thought for cynicism. Don't confuse awareness with despair. To think is to care enough to face the mess without flinching. That's the real rebellion. You don't need a manifesto. You need the courage to stay conscious in a world built on sleep. And when the night gets quiet and your mind starts to wander, don't reach for the next distraction. Sit with the silence. Let the questions come. They'll hurt a little. They always do. But that's how freedom sounds when it first starts to whisper. Because thinking real, honest thinking is the last act of rebellion left. And maybe the most human one, too. You want to know the cruelest joke of modern life? We don't live our lives anymore, we market them. I don't mean that metaphorically. I mean that the line between who you are and what you promote has dissolved like cheap ink in water. Somewhere between the first commercial and the last selfie, the soul became a slogan. And you know what's funny? We don't even find that tragic. We call it branding. We call it content. We call it being authentic. But authenticity, real authenticity, died the moment it became a strategy. There was a time when being yourself meant something. It was dangerous, uncertain, maybe even lonely. It meant carving out an identity against the grain of culture, not within it. Now it's a sales pitch. The system took our hunger for meaning and turned it into a marketing demographic. You can buy your individuality in installments now. A curated playlist, a thrifted jacket, a raw, unfiltered post that took 3 hours to stage. Even rebellion got commodified. Punk is a museum piece. Counterculture is a hashtag. You can be as radical as you want as long as it sells. Nietzsche once said, "Become who you are." Try saying that today, and an algorithm will translate it into "find your personal brand." The marketplace has invaded the self so completely that we no longer ask who we are, we ask what version of ourselves will perform best. And the tragedy is that we call this freedom. We celebrate the illusion of choice while our identities are being templated, optimized, and monetized. We've confused exposure with expression and performance with personhood. Everywhere you look, The language of commerce seeps into the language of being. Invest in yourself. Grow your personal platform. Invest in yourself. Monetize your passion. We speak in the dialect of markets even when we talk about our souls. The culture whispers, don't just exist, sell yourself better. And we oblige, polishing our edges, smoothing our anger, turning our private moments into public theater. We've become entrepreneurs of our own image, CEOs of a corporation called me. And like every corporation, we chase growth at the cost of truth. You might think I'm exaggerating, but look around. People document experiences not to live them, but to prove they happened. Vacations, meals, emotions, all pre-packaged for consumption. The self becomes a production studio, and every moment is potential footage. Even pain gets staged now. You can suffer online, but it better be aesthetic. You can cry, but make sure the lighting's good. The system has found a way to turn even vulnerability into engagement metrics. Authenticity has become a performance of imperfection. What's sinister about this isn't just the fakery, it's the way it feels real. Baudrillard called it the simulacrum. Copies without originals. We no longer imitate reality. We imitate other imitations until there's nothing left underneath. You can spend your whole life playing yourself and never meet the person behind the act. And the more you perform, the emptier you get. Because every performance erases a little bit of what was spontaneous, private, alive. And irony, oh, irony became the ultimate defense. It's safer to mock sincerity than risk being sincere. The ironic self is untouchable, protected by quotation marks and smirks. We laugh at everything, so nothing can hurt us. But that armor has a price. You can't feel much through it. When everything's a joke, even love starts to sound ridiculous. The system loves that. Irony keeps you detached, manageable. A sincere person is dangerous. You can't predict someone who truly believes in something. When I talk about this in lectures, people get uncomfortable. They say, but Rick, isn't self-expression a good thing? Of course it is, until it's packaged, optimized, and sold back to you as lifestyle content. Capitalism doesn't kill ideals by suppressing them. It kills them by absorbing them. You want rebellion? Here's a t-shirt. You want freedom? Here's a subscription. You want authenticity? Here's a brand guide.
Quick pause and a shout out. Mad Mac is in the house. Everybody give a warm welcome to Mad Mac. We appreciate you being here, fam, and much love. I'm going to go ahead and give a quick pause on this. It's pretty deep, man, and I enjoy the piss out of it, but it is kind of monolithic. I hope you all are enjoying it. But, you know, watching too much at once is, you know, sometimes for some people. So I like to break it up just a little bit. We're going to throw on a little bit of a, I think I'm going to throw on this, the Fittest Flat Earther for one little short 4-minute video, where the one where he did Ellen DeGeneres. It was like 8 days ago. You know, I think he reaches on some of his stuff, but, you know, he's actually done a couple lives lately, and it's pretty cool because he usually doesn't do lives. But, you know, he did a good job of explaining that he doesn't really like to put stuff out without having receipts, which is respectful and expected. But, you know, I don't need, you know, like when I watched Eric Dubé's 200 Proofs, after about, this is when I was still a Glober, after about 10, 15 ones that just really hit home, it's like the rest were just like overkill, right? It's like I don't need 200 proofs. And that's how I kind of feel with Fittest Flat Earther. Because it's like, even if you don't believe all the things that he's, you know, the accusations and the people that he's claiming, what if you do on 4 of them or 3 of them? You know, once again, it's just like, it's just painting a broader picture of how these people are actors and they're playing multiple people, is what I conclude by seeing this shit. But I'll throw that on real quick just to give a little bit of break of the monotony.
Bradley Cooper. It's someone parading around as him wearing prosthetics. And thanks to the keen eye of a subscriber named Tiffany, I now know who is wearing these prosthetics. You see, Tiffany put this in my subscriber area and said she couldn't help but notice the similarity between Bradley Cooper and Ellen DeGeneres. And at first, I was like, I don't know, but I don't discount anything anymore. And I did notice the similarity in their eyes. So then I went on to do what I do. And well, the first thing I go to is symmetry. And well, the symmetry was off here, so that's why I was doubtful. But sometimes you just need the right pictures with the right angles and even the right eye alignment. And when you push them together, it becomes a perfect match. But still, even after I found this match, down to the hairline and the lips, and yes, he's smiling a little and she isn't, I'm still skeptical until I saw this. This picture of Bradley just happened to pop up on my feed, almost like it was a little gift for me. And it wasn't these that did anything for me, but it was this. You see, I have photographic memory. And the moment I saw that, I recognized that slouchy little stance. Do you recognize it? I recognized it immediately. How about now? Now? Is it doing anything for you now? Even down to the slanted shoulders and arm longer than the other arm. That's Ellen. No doubt about it. But you know this isn't my smoking gun. And you know I have one. But we'll get to that in a minute. First, I just want to show you Bradley walking and Ellen walking. It's funny how their leg length and arm length and head size and shoulder squareness just match perfectly. But so far you probably think this is ridiculous, so let me get away from the speculation and into the proof. And I knew I noticed that mousy little smile with her. The way her upper gum recedes when she smiles. Bradley doesn't do that. But let me show you something here with real Bradley compared to Ellen Bradley. First, let's look at their noses, how his comes down to more of a point, and where'd his go? Yeah, he could have surgery, but let me show you something. Notice how fake Bradley has this really dark ring, black ring around his eye. Original Bradley doesn't. Very not noticeable. Now let's compare this new Bradley, whose chin is rounder, by the way, and who looks more feminine, by the way, and whose hair looks like a wig, by the way, to Ellen. Ellen, whose chin matches perfectly and hairline matches perfectly, but that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at how Bradley all of a sudden has the exact same black, dark ring around his eye that Ellen does. Remember I showed you he doesn't, real Bradley doesn't? Well, now it's very noticeable. Strange. I don't think eyes change like that. Just like chins don't go from long and elongated to little short and stubby. Bone structure doesn't change, just like eyes don't change. New Bradley, very noticeable dark ring, just like Ellen. Original Bradley, not so much. But of course, all this for entertainment purposes. I don't really think they would tell you that Ellen moved to the UK so you wouldn't notice she wasn't in the limelight anymore, so she could secretly put on prosthetics and act like Bradley. Cool name, Tiffany.
Yeah, I think that one's pretty good, actually. Like I think it's her personally, but just the fact when you go back to the beginning here and they expect you to believe these to be the same two people from the beginning. Obviously, this guy was replaced with this character, and I think he did a really good job on this one. It's hard to deny it, in my opinion, but it is what it is. I think that's worth taking a look at. Let's see here. What do we got? I'll throw a quick tune on if you guys want to freshen up any drinks or anything. I'm going to go ahead and freshen up mine. So if you guys want to use the restroom, I suggest doing it now. I'm going to throw on a little ditty.
Little baby, you don't have to go. Little baby, tell me you won't go. We'd be so good together if we had the time. Being alone is no wasted mind. Ooh, I know this love's no crime. Oh no. And I will find the time to change your mind. And if you stay the night, hold me tight. We can make the wrong seem right. So come
Quick pause and a shout out to Luke. Luke has entered the building. Much love. Everybody give a warm welcome. Salutations, my friend. We appreciate you being here.
And I'll be back for more. Action down. Rock me, roll me through the night. Rock me, roll me through the night. Rock me, roll me through the night. Before the morning light, we'll burn with love tonight. Oh, love tonight.
More cowbell.
And when your man don't care, I will be there.
I don't know if you're referring to this being the Scorpions, but this is actually Great White. I used to think this was the Scorpions as well. I think they sound a lot alike. But this is actually Great White. Oh, I got you. You seen them live with Scorpions. That's irony, because I used to think this was the Scorpions when I was younger. I think I just got it confused with, what's the other one that Scorpions do? Rock Me Like a Hurricane, I think is what it is. I think I just got the two confused when I was younger. All right, we's back. We're gonna go back and finishing up this little guy here. We just wanted to give a little intermission, and without further ado, here we go.
System doesn't need to fight your individuality. It just needs to monetize it until it stops threatening anyone. Sometimes I wonder if we even remember what an unmediated moment feels like. To experience something and not think about how it looks. To say something true without calculating its reception. To love someone without packaging it for display. We've been trained to perform constantly, to curate ourselves in real time. Even solitude has been invaded. You can't be alone anymore without the ghost audience of your imagined followers. Privacy isn't private, it's just content you haven't posted yet. I know this all sounds bleak, and it is, because we've built a civilization that confuses visibility with existence. You're not real until you're seen. You're not valuable until you're liked. And if
Quick pause and a shout out to It's Flat. Much love, welcome, and I appreciate you being here. Not sure if that's your normal name, but I'm sure we can get you wrenched up here shortly. YouTube likes to screw with me, so I don't know who's who half the damn time, but we appreciate you being here. Everybody give a warm welcomes. Greetings.
you vanish from the feed, you may as well not exist at all. We used to fear death. Now we fear irrelevance. It's the new mortality, the death of engagement, the end of being noticed, and it's killing something deeper than the body. It's killing the soul's quiet need to simply be. But maybe, just maybe, there's a way back. I don't mean a grand revolution, no manifestos or manifest destiny. I mean the smallest acts of refusal. The courage to be boring, to be quiet, to be unseen, to have a thought and keep it to yourself, to feel something you don't immediately post about. That's the
We gotta address the anus in the room. Everybody give a warm welcome to Mr. One and Only Jim Anus. Appreciate you being here, fam.
the new radicalism, to live a moment that belongs to no one else, to reclaim the right to be unmarketable. Authenticity isn't a product, it's a presence. It's not something you show, it's something you practice. It's not about being transparent, it's about being real enough to stop performing transparency for applause. Maybe it starts with admitting that we're tired of pretending, tired of optimizing, tired of being interesting. Maybe real authenticity begins when we finally drop the act and whisper, "I don't know who I am without the noise." And if that sounds fragile, good. Fragility is the last trace of the real in us. The system can't sell it, can't bottle it, can't brand it, not yet. That's why it matters. Because sincerity now is the new rebellion. To mean what you say, to love without irony, to feel without broadcasting. That's not nostalgia, that's defiance. So if you're listening and you felt that quiet exhaustion, that dull ache behind all the performance, you're not alone. I feel it too. I think most of us do, though we hide it behind our curated smiles. Maybe tonight, after the screens go dark, you'll sit there for a minute in the silence and realize you don't have to sell yourself anymore. You can just exist. Imperfect, unfiltered, unbranded. And in that stillness, maybe you'll catch the faint sound of something returning, something we used to call being human. You know, I've spent most of my life talking about what's wrong with the world, how we've been trained, seduced, distracted, sold, packaged, and branded until we forgot what breathing without purpose even feels like. But at some point, the question has to change. It can't always be what broke us. It has to become what's left of us. Because beneath all the noise, the algorithms, the slogans, there's still something beating in there, something messy, fragile, terrified, and magnificent. We used to call it being human. You see, the problem isn't that we become evil or stupid, it's that we become numb. The system doesn't ask you to be cruel, it asks you to stop feeling. Because if you really felt, you might stop participating. You might look around and realize this whole structure depends on our numbness. The endless scrolling, the busy routines, the polite small talk, it's anesthesia, civilization as sedation. And philosophy for me was always a kind of shock therapy. It doesn't comfort, it wakes you up. It says, hey, look, this hurts because you're alive. I've always thought that to be human is to wrestle with contradiction. We are animals pretending to be gods, machines pretending to have souls. We destroy what we love and love what destroys us. That tension is unbearable, so we escape it. We build ideologies, religions, entertainment industries, all designed to distract us from the impossible truth that we're temporary. But the goal was never to escape the human condition, it was to face it. To look straight into the absurdity and still choose to live. Camus said that's the only real act of defiance left. To imagine Sisyphus happy, pushing his rock, knowing it's meaningless, and smiling anyway. And yet, we've forgotten how to smile without posing, how to feel without performing. The modern world has taught us to outsource every emotion. Joy comes in packages. Anger comes in comment sections. Grief comes with a subscription. We've outsourced our very capacity to feel alive. But here's the secret the market doesn't want you to know. Real feeling can't be sold. It happens in the quiet, unphotographed moments, the kind that don't trend. It happens when you stop trying to optimize your existence and start simply experiencing it. I sometimes think the greatest rebellion now isn't political or technological, it's emotional. To feel deeply in a shallow age is an act of resistance. To care when apathy is fashionable is radical. Because if obedience is built on indifference, then the first step to reclaiming your humanity is to start giving a damn again about something, about someone, about yourself. Maybe not as a brand, but as a being. The machine can simulate everything but compassion. It can mimic intelligence, art,
Yeah, nice globe.
conversation, but not care. So maybe that's where we start rebuilding, with care, with the quiet, unprofitable tenderness that keeps the species from eating itself alive. When I was younger, I thought rebellion meant shouting louder. Now I think it means listening harder, listening to the world that's been buried under the static, listening to the parts of yourself that you muted because they weren't productive. To resist obedience isn't just to disobey orders, it's to remember what your own voice sounds like when it isn't quoting someone else. You'd be amazed how foreign your own thoughts can feel once you strip away the noise. And don't mistake what I'm saying for some hippie sermon about getting back to nature. I'm not talking about running off to the woods and meditating. I'm talking about getting back to your nature, the part of you that still remembers how to laugh without irony, to cry without shame, to want something that can't be measured in likes or dollars. Because that's what this age has stolen most effectively, our right to be uncalculated, to just be without purpose, to exist without monetizing that existence. We've reached this strange point where even despair has become stylized. People post their existential crises like product launches, perfectly worded, emotionally optimized, digestible. And I get it, it's not hypocrisy, it's survival. We're trying to stay visible in a world that erases anything not profitable. But visibility isn't the same as existence. You can be seen by millions and still vanish inside yourself. You can be liked and still unloved. You can be followed and still completely lost. So how do we become human again? Not by rejecting the world, but by re-entering it, honestly. By refusing to play dead while alive. By reclaiming all the parts of ourselves we traded for convenience, our boredom, our anger, our curiosity, our longing. By remembering that being alive isn't supposed to feel efficient, it's supposed to feel real. And real is messy. It's contradictory. It's not a straight line, it's a cracked mirror reflecting too many truths at once. But that's the point. The cracks are what make the light visible. I think the philosophers I love, Nietzsche, Marx, Kierkegaard, Foucault, they were all saying the same thing in their own ways. Wake up, not just politically, but existentially. Wake up to the fact that you're more than a consumer, more than a demographic, more than a username. You are a consciousness with the capacity to ask why. And the moment you start asking it sincerely, relentlessly, you start to reclaim something sacred. The ability to live instead of being lived through. Maybe the goal isn't happiness. Maybe it's aliveness. Happiness is too small, too marketable. Aliveness is riskier. It's grief and ecstasy in the same breath. It's loving something that might break you, believing in something that might fail. But that's what makes it human. Machines don't risk heartbreak. They don't doubt. They don't hope. We do. And that's why, despite everything, I still believe in us. You know, sometimes after class, when the students would leave and the room went quiet, I'd sit there alone for a while, the chalk dust hanging in the air, the echo of questions that never got answered. And I'd think, maybe that's what it means to be human, to keep asking even when there's no one left to listen. To keep searching even when you know the map is wrong. To keep feeling even when the world tells you to stop. Because that stubborn persistence, that refusal to go numb, is the only proof we have that we're still alive. So no, the final step isn't despair. It's awakening. It's the moment you realize you don't need permission to exist as a full, flawed, feeling creature again. And maybe you'll fail at it, maybe you'll fall back into the noise I do all the time. But that's okay. Because every time you wake up again, every time you remember the taste of real life, unfiltered, unbranded, unrepeatable, you reclaim a little piece of what the system tried to take. You reclaim your humanity. And maybe that's enough. Maybe that's the quiet revolution we've been waiting for, not to change the world, but to remember how to feel it again. To live fiercely, freely, and consciously, even when it hurts. Especially when it hurts.
Absolutely well put there. I like this guy, man. He just started putting stuff out. Like, I guess Pebs looked him up, and I guess he died back in 2002. Is that what you're saying, Pebs? But yeah, it's good information nonetheless. Speaking of Rebel, we're going to put on some Scott Level Realms again. Here's another jam that he has produced. Looks like a Billy Idol cover, Rebel Yell.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Scott Level Realms. Is this the song we already listened to before? Because I wanted to play the other one that they did. I'm not sure if it was this one or the other one that we already listened to. And it's flat. You betcha, man. I appreciate you being here, man. You know, everybody here pretty much that is here honestly and not here to be a suspicious liar, you know, because we don't tolerate liars. We keep a very clean house. If you notice, there's no trolls around here. And anybody that comes in that isn't wrenched up is very, they stand out like a sore thumb. So they're easy to spot. And that's one thing that we're going to continue to do is make sure that we at least have a place once a week we can come to where we don't have to tolerate, you know, because everybody runs their channel like they want to. But here in the Foundry, in this, what are we calling it here again? Fort Johnson's, that's what it is. Newbie mistakes here. But hey, we got a place to come chill and not have to tolerate, you know, just entertaining the nonsensical globe tartary, you know. So they can do that on other channels all day, every day of the week, except this day that we decide to do this show. So do you guys, I'm going to play this regardless because it ain't that long, but I'm not sure if I already played this one. $1 million question, Ebs. Pretty high.
Every
course, the
Oh yeah, McToon face. I got some stuff to show you here that I've been doing. Some research, some ear gate when you look at this guy's ear. But I'm gonna get into that on Monday next time when I stream on Monday, because I plan on streaming on Mondays usually. But we're gonna be ending it here pretty shortly. I'm gonna play a couple of songs and we might just hang out here another 15 minutes or so and just kind of rock out as an outro. But yeah, just a spoiler alert for next week. We're gonna get into some Eargate because I've done some research on these fellers and there's some very suspicious things going on. Not that we need more evidence to, but hey, why not, right? You know, we'll investigate it all. But I'm gonna go ahead and put on some more. Looks like, oh, not this one. I think we're gonna go with Silent Frequencies. Yeah, this one.
Step aside, globe riders. Here's the Zetetic way.
Again, you know, like I said, we're gonna play a couple songs on our way out. So I just want to thank you guys all again. You know, before we wrap it up, you guys are amazing, and I look forward to just sticking around and you know the perseverance and dedication that we all have. You know, we've known each other for years. It feels like it's all one big family, man, and it's just I've never felt better with the amount of cleaning we've done and just not allowing the trolls to infiltrate and you know, just being able to speak our minds freely, uninterruptedly. You know, I think that's important to be able to have some type of tactics behind us. You know, some type of understanding and not just allowing these people to, you know, sucker punch us from left field, if you know what I mean. So without further ado, we're gonna rock out. Here's some Zetetic Truth, which is another flat earther. Just amazing how much talent we have in the Foundry. Another prime example.
Yeah. No curve on the sea, horizon stay flat. Zooming on Polaris, still right where it's at. ISS a cartoon, wires in the skies. Gravity's a myth, watch the helium rise. Sunlight on the ocean, path like a blade. Truth in the sky, but they sell you the shade. NASA got a budget but no stars in frame. Devin Allen sets, playing in a space game. Moon landing lies, all bouncing, no dust. Van Allen belts, now they won't discuss. Fish eye the lens just to fake the spin. But the dome above got the silence within. They told me lies, but I see the sky. No spinning ball, just truth up high. The stars don't move.
We'll give a quick pause and a shout out. Real or Not For Real has been in the house the whole damn time. You sneaky little sumbitch. We love you, man. We appreciate you being here either way, man. Thank you and greetings, warm welcomes. Everybody give a warm welcome. I appreciate you, fam. And like I said, we'll be heading out. We're going to shut it down here pretty soon, but we're going to let it roll for 15 minutes or so and just, you know, say our goodbyes and our thank yous and express how much we love one another because it's important to be able to, you know, not all be negative. And I think we got something great and it's worth embracing. So much love, everybody, and appreciate you all.
But we've been blind, now I feel the shift, the veil unwind. The crown is still, the light is true. I see the cracks in the world they drew. They launch with sparks, but never go high. Always arc down, just painting the sky.
Oh, son of a bitch, I was muted. Thank you, Anus. I was just asking, you said you wanted the link to... damn, I missed it now. You said you wanted a link to this video. Are you talking about the video that we're watching? Zetetic Truth here?
No no footage real. It's all pre-filmed plays, studio edits in Hollywood haze. They fake the spin with a tilted cam, but truth don't budge like a mountain slam. They taught me stars were suns afar, but I see patterns, not random scars. The wheel turns slow, Polaris still, each circle drawn with silent will. The math don't match, the model breaks, but they keep selling dreams, the silence shakes. They told me lies, but I see the sky. No spinning globe, just light on high. The stars don't stray, they hold their line. Now I hear the truth between the signs. The ground is still, the light is true. I see the cracks in the world they drew. They mock and laugh, but I still rise. No globe can twist what my soul denies. I walk alone, but the stars align. Each truth I find, I make it mine. Through silence, doubt, and shadows hiss, I plant my flag in truth like this. They built their towers on shifting sand, but I found stillness with open hand. They measure stars, but miss the glow. Truth speaks soft, not in a show. My eyes have seen what theirs deny, and I'll hold the light until I die. Until I die.
Fed as stars, but I found the light. No turning sphere, just endless night. The compass points, the waters know. The stillness speaks where truth won't show. The ground is firm, the sky is wide. I stand alone, but I don't hide. They told me lies, but I see the sky. No spinning ball, just truth up high. The stars don't move, but we've been blind. Now I feel the shift, the veil unwind. The ground is still, the light is true. I see the cracks in the world they drew.
A liberty great I beg leave to take. In a question or two I would humbly make those scientists laugh. They may have to quake, for they cannot stand questions at all. That the earth is a globe, all these learned folks say. A tearing and spinning through space far away, at hundreds and thousands of miles in a day, like a bright and a big shining ball.
Quick shout out. We're just wrapping it up, Marcy Chan, but we appreciate you being here. Unfortunately, we're just wrapping it up now, playing a couple outro songs here. But greetings and welcome. I appreciate you being here, Marcy Chan. You're one of the OGs here, and we love our Shield Maiden. So salutations and thank you.
But pray will you tell me how air and I see at high elevations as high as can be, a wide concave surface which proves sure to me that the earth is not like a ball. Now scientists think it the greatest assumption for any to have the audacity bumption with near common sense or ordinary gumption to question their science at all.
But tell us, dear scientist, if you are right, how is it old sailors have got such clear sight to pierce beyond your curvature quite some hundreds of feet less or more? Should you ask for a proof of what I have said, you will find that Cape Hatteras, so I have read, at a distance of 40 miles off, far ahead, can be seen oftentimes to the shore.
Hear the just Lord, the judgment of the skies. He that hates truth shall be the dupe of lies, and he that will be cheated to the last. Delusion strong as hell shall bind him fast.
Is the surface of water then flat, sir, all round? In practice it seems to be flat, but it's found in theory curved, and all nature is bound to bow to the scientist's laws. And why points the compass if you can divine both northward and southward and at the same time? If the center's not north of a plane, all in line, pray tell me the why and because.
If the center's the north, then the pole is a myth, and the North Star is right in the center seen eve. So the compass points level to center forthwith, while the south is the circle all round. For 1,000 miles flows the great Nile toward the sea, and falls but a foot, so between you and me, the rivers are level as can be, disproven a spherical ground.
How is it, sir? Science, exact science, so stated. The sun's distance in miles is so differently rated, from 24 millions to 100 dilated, and even from less to much more.
Because this one distance is so very elastic,
Is wrecking the measuring rod. How bombastic to measure start distance is vast and fantastic. Then why is it altered? Wherefore?
Hear the just Lord, the judgment of the skies. He that hates truth shall be the dupe of lies, and he that will be cheated to the last. Delusion strong as hell shall bind him fast.
I didn't see you. Don't want to miss you there. Motorboat 69 is in the house. Much love, fam. We're just wrapping it up here. We appreciate you being here, man. I'll be back on Monday, 5:30 Mountain Time. Once again, salutations. We appreciate you. Much love, Motorboat 69.
get so high, and I don't wanna ever come down again. And the day goes so fast, and the night feels so long. I just wanna get so high. I will carry you to the other side, to another place, to another life. I'll be there for you every day and night. Gonna bring you right back to the way of life. Maybe it won't feel the same when you find what you're looking for. And even if the world don't change, oh, we keep coming back for more. So get me inside and show me the light. I just wanna get so high. I will carry you to the other side, to another place, to another life. I'll be there for you every day and night. Gonna bring you right back to the way of life. Rhythm of our hearts will soon beat in time. Is anything that's lost, you know it's soon to find. Even if the time it won't wait for you, listen to your heart and watch a dream come true. You're gonna find a way to find a brighter day. Today is where it's gonna start. And you can care about the things that you will say, even when the water's gonna fall. We won't waste time, do what you need to do. And all the things I do, you know I do for you. Yeah, I will carry you to the other side, to another place, to another life. I'll be there for you every day and night. Gonna bring you right back to the way of life. It's the way of life. Today is when we're gonna start. It's the way of life. When the water's gonna fall. It's the way of life. To the rhythm of our bones. It's the way of life. Oh, you think about the other man, you got some better plan. Couldn't see the stormy, but predicted by the weatherman. Going to a better place, taking it to another land. Trying to keep the road inside the bomb and not in the end. Think about the other man, you got some better plan. Couldn't see the stormy, but predicted by the weatherman. Going to a better place, taking it to another land. Trying to keep the road inside the bomb and not in the end.
They mocked my eyes, but I still could see. The silent stars were guiding me. They claimed them sons, but brought no proof. The stillness taught me how to move. They changed the map, no proof, but not my ground. I heard the truth without a sound.
I walk through fog they call the sky, but never once believed a lie. My heart stayed fixed, my compass clear, even when doubt came crawling near. The stars don't boast, they softly burn and teach the ones who wait their turn.
Whisper facts in practice tones, but truth was found in ancient stones, not in the screens or echoed sound, but in the way the stars go around.
Their voices fade, their towers fall, yet I still hear the quiet call. I don't need the world to know my name. The stars remember just the same. No turning point, no grand disguise, just quiet truths beneath the skies. I walked the line they said would break, but found the light they couldn't fade.
I don't need crowds to know I'm right. The firmament holds back the night. Each shadow tried to change my name, but truth remained a steady flame.
Their silence roared, but I stood still, unmoved by force, but moved by will.
They offered paths that curved and bent, but I held fast and never went. I've seen the edge, not with my eyes, but through the calm where silence lies. And in that stillness, I became the voice they lost without the shame.
I don't need the world to know my name. The stars remember just the same. No turning point, no grand disguise, just quiet truths beneath the skies. I walked the line they said would break, but found the light they couldn't fake.
What if I should fall right through the center of Earth and come out the other side where people walk upside down? Oh, but that's silly.